Welcome one and all here for some Chinese Dota action. We are about to kick off week number 2, building up into the Bali Major and of course, beginning the road towards the international for all the teams gathered before us here for this Chinese season. My name is Sneh. I'm joined yet again by Big Brother Lizard. Homie, what's happening? How you feeling? Week 2 is about to start. Aren't you a bit sad though that after this is over, we're done with Dota pretty much for all of the year? We only have 2 tournaments, 2, 3 maybe, then we're finished. I'm kind of feeling a bit sad right now, if I'm honest.
I'm not that sad. Like, we are having a lot of great Dota, like new patch as well and stuff. So if I'm not casting, I'm going to be playing a lot of pubs. Because of that, maybe I'm not sad. I'm a bit selfish in that way. More time to play.
Right now, Dota is a very fun game to play. I mean, yesterday I was supposed to be doing research, watching some Western Europe DPC, but I couldn't help but play some Dota. The game is very fun to place right now. It's a very enjoyable place, both from a pub perspective and from a pro perspective. And of course, speaking of pros, we're all going to be having some Chinese Dota brought to you here today. And one of the things that have been very interesting for me coming into this particular tour of the DPC, because these Chinese teams are spending the weekend playing on this LAN environment, you can definitely see the difference when they are playing online versus when they're playing offline in its entirety. You know, some of these teams that were struggling last season, now that they are on this LAN environment, seem to be doing really, really well. And if you didn't catch some of those teams, let's take a quick look at what the end of week number 1 had to bring for us, as we did witness 3 series rather, between 6 teams on that day. We started the day off with Team Bright versus Extreme Gaming. I feel bad for Team Bright, Liz. You know, they did okay to come up into Div 1. This is a team that could potentially have some names to remember down the stretch. Your Imitators, your Undines. Sadly, though, they're coming into the Chinese region when it's just about to hit its stride. So 2 or 3, maybe the wrong time to make your debut into 2-1.
There's always like a wrong time to make your debut for some of these teams in Chinese region. I feel like maybe the last season, the last season and perhaps the first one of this year have been the closest seasons I have ever seen in the Chinese region. Usually there's always 2 teams, you see them from the get-go and you know, okay, these guys are relegated. There is like not a lot that they can do, as teams are just way too strong for them. And usually it has happened that way, with maybe 1 or 2 surprises, like when IG got relegated. So yeah, looking at the teams right now in Division 1, it's not going to be a fun time for Team Bright unless they really, really surprise us. Unless they prove that they're worth way more than currently what pretty much everyone more or less thinks.
Sadly, right now, Team Bright is going to be the squad everyone wants to farm points off of. Looking like easy wins. That being said, it's not like they've been completely rolled over up until this point in time. They have managed to take games. They're only taken the 1, but it's progress. It's something, and it's not against a small opponent either. Beating down IG in the form they're in right now still does require you to work hard. And it's not like the other opponents are easy either. Playing in Extreme Gaming that is trying to recover from the major, trying to show that their progress going forward isn't a mirage. It's actually worthwhile taking stock of them. One thing that I loved watching about this game, though, was the performance of Paparazzi. I feel like this is a guy who's been struggling for confidence over the last year or 2. Had a very poor stint on Elephant. His time now on Extreme hasn't been necessarily working out that well. But then he does have these couple of games like this here and there, Lizard, where he pops off and you remember why everyone was so excited when he initially moved into the mid lane. You know, from the promise of winning the mid-tournament at TI, seeing him in these circumstances of winning games does feel good. And especially because down the stretch, he has to play up against Somnuses and Sumails in the mid lane. So he needs this confidence sooner rather than later.
Yeah, this mid lane didn't really become easier with Sumail going into the Chinese region, right? Like, it became just maybe a little bit harder. As like Baboka said, he's probably a mid laner like no other. His words basically were he never played with a mid laner such as Sumail. Now that's very interesting for me coming from a Chinese player. I expected that he will value some of his ex-teammates just as much, but maybe there's a little bit of confidence boosting there for Sumail, right? Not that he needs a lot, but maybe a little bit as he is in a different region. And we saw him in this game too, and we saw him on a Winter Wyvern. So not necessarily his full comfort zone. He was playing a hero that he played only 3 times before the series, and he just, well, you can see it right here. He was owning.
Yeah, he was owning from the mid lane, owning deeper into the stretch as well. And, we saw Azure Ray doing their best. We had a really good start to the game for Chalice, especially on his Beastmaster. He just wasn't able to translate that into success down the line. And unfortunately, as uber farmed as Lu got, it just wasn't enough. Although this game, though, was a lot closer than expected. And there were moments where I honestly thought Azure Ray was going to win. For me, I don't think the highlights has come yet where the game actually turns. It's that push that ends up going down bottom, where we saw they all die during like a solitary global silence. The execution from Asta during that, I'll be honest, Lizard, we were crossing that game, right? And I didn't think they'd be able to do that as easily as they made it look. And I think that probably broke Azure Ray's mental game, because they were like, well, if they can do this whilst we have Aegis, Cheese, and Net with advantage, what starts to happen when the game is even?
Yeah, like, honestly, Azure Ray, this is the play, right? Right here, we're going to see a four-man pull into four-man bird stomp. This was a very interesting game. It's one of those that really proved that one team is better than another. Just because it was so close, by the way. Basically, Azure Ray, they had this game, the second one. They had it completely. In my opinion, at least, they could have won it. But strategically, they weren't able to outperform Aster. Like, they were just outplayed. Not by some small solo plays, but mostly by just the positioning and understanding where and when to fight and how to fight. They were baited into some high ground fights around Roche Pit, and as you saw in that last clip, got outplayed as well around it.
That granted Team Aster a 2-0 win. And of course, our third series of that day was PSG LGD taking on IG. This is a matchup which was a rematch from tour number 2, where IG was able to beat LGD, but this time it did not go in that direction. NTS's Wind Ranger was amazing, but in this particular game, it's the new Timbersaw that we have to pay attention to. And I believe it's this fight where they bring down Shiro's Alchemist. Yep. Oh yeah, we're about to see it, where this Timbersaw pops off. And we were speaking about it in the draft that this is BAB new, this is his best hero. And we got to see a very stark demonstration of that there, especially Lizard. And game 2 instantly was banned out. I don't think BAB is going to play this hero again this tour.
Yeah, if you're watching Western Europe, you can see that Timbersaw is being first phase banned, which is interesting. It isn't really that contested in the Chinese region unless it is PSG LGD playing it. Then some teams are banning it out early on. So interesting. I think we are still early on in the patch. We have explored quite a bit of it, but there are still some heroes that kinda are going under the radar. And Timber, so far at least, has probably been one of those. But like you said, it might not be any longer.
Yeah, I think at this point the rumor is out. You know, the memo has been released. People are aware of the threat that the Timbersaw poses in these games. Can't imagine that he'll be allowed to pose that threat further. Another thing I really like watching about this game is IG, they had several opportunities to try and be able to fight, but in the second game, yet again, we saw New really popping off, but it's almost similar to what you were mentioning about the first series, the series between Aster and Azure Ray, where positioning plays such a large role. And even when things were going okay for the side of IG, they never really felt like they had the advanced positioning necessary to beat down LGD, especially not with the build from the Alchemist. We went for a more utilitarian style. I'm going to be fighting more often than farming. And if the fights aren't going well because you're being outpositioned and you've gone for that build, you're going to have a very rough time with this Monkey King actually being able to outfarm you in this game.
Yeah, because they lost to the Alchemist. They lost to the Alchemist and then they lost with the Alchemist, right? That was the story of this series. The way they played the Alchemist was way too aggressive. I don't think it has a lot to do with the item build. It's just with the playstyle. Like you said, he was utilitarian or whatever. What he was is he wasn't farming. He would smoke up with his teammates literally after getting Radiance. You really don't see that very often. Alchemists usually, once they get the Radiance, they're farming that one extra item because your farming speed also gets buffed quite a bit. That extra item can be a Blink, it can be a BKB, one or the other basically is necessary. They started off just trying to find kills with him. They didn't find any kills, and Monkey King actually was always neck and neck, like almost even more net worth than the Alchemist. You know, if that's happening, you're not winning the game.
Yep. As a result of that game, IG wind themselves up in the bottom 4 of our competition, tied up with Piggy Killer and together with Team Aster Aries and Team Bright. Of course, Team Bright will also be in action later on today, taking on Team Aster to round out the day. So King Sumail, who I know a lot of you are here to watch specifically, he will be in action later today. I imagine that one's probably going to be going in their favor. regrettably for Team Bright, if they lose that series, they'll find themselves with 4 losses so far in the DPC. You were mentioning earlier, Lizard, that normally there's like 2 teams that you're aware, yeah, these are our candidates for relegation. I think after this series, if Asta gets the W, we found our first team this season that's probably going to be in contention to go down into Division 2.
Yeah, with Team Bright, right? When it comes to the second team, I'm not sure. Like Esther Aries probably, but maybe they can snatch a kill or two, snatch a game or two off of the big boys. But Bright, yeah, definitely. If they lose this one, they've already played the biggest amount of games. I believe they played 3 games. There's a couple of other teams that have done it, but they're the only ones with 3 losses. Yeah. So if they lose this one, it's gonna look very rough. And let's not fool each other. They're playing versus who again?
Team Asta with Sumail. Yeah, it's gonna be rough. Good luck. If you're a fan of Team Bright right now, is to give their energy to them in the form of a Spirit Bomb because they're gonna need it. Of course, we have a little bit of time before that series kicks off because we start our day with Piggy Killer versus Invictus Gaming. Both of them are tied 5th so far with a solitary win. IG only lost 1 game to LGD. The other side, though, for Piggy Killer, they've already found themselves losing 2 games thus far, but things could still take a very drastic turn for the better for them. Given the names on this would be, if you just ask me based on the team sheets where I think this series is going to go, or where these teams are going to finish, rather, I would imagine this is like a middle of the pack. This 5th place that they're tied at right now, I think this is probably going to be where both of them finish at the very end of the tour. However, we still need to see them actually show up. IG's still been getting slowly but surely better, and Piggy Killer, they're still trying to bring Mercy into the team. I remember the one game you cast of him, and you said that you want to see him step it up a little bit, and he did so in game 2, but I think he's the one big question mark on the Piggy Killer lineup for now that I want to see more of before I know exactly how strong the squad is.
Mercy. I don't know. He's a 5, right? Like,
yeah.
How much can he step it up? We'll see. I think at the moment, there are no real 5s any longer. Like, you need to have 2 4s on your team. You can see that, like, in the way that, which team was it? Tundra is playing? Like Snake, but it is Tundra. Like, Snake King always has a lot of farm. Is he playing Techies? Is he playing some Mirana? Is he playing Witch Doctor? He always gets farm. I think that's maybe something that everyone should emulate. So when it comes to position 5, I can't actually remember when I said that he needs to step it up, because I never flame my position 5 boys. I'm always like, yeah, you're feeding, but you're 5. It's understandable. You know why? Because I feed, and why would I talk shit about people that do the same thing that I do? It makes no sense.
He's playing with your heart. You're like, yes, this is the style of Dota I like to see. This is exactly what I would do. Makes sense. I think right now, though, Piggy Killer, for this game, the preparation for them versus IG will be very fun to witness because, you know, you're coming into Division 1, you're preparing for your LGDs, you're preparing for your XGs, you're preparing to deal with Azure Ray, you have to deal with Team Aster. And IG, even though they made it to the major last season, it always felt like a very big question mark. A lot of other things had to go in their way for them to make that major trip. It didn't necessarily feel like they were out and out the 3rd best team within the region. So I think they're still also trying to live up to that potential to be like, well, it wasn't a fluke that we got there. We earned our spot, and yes, the major didn't go well, but at the same time, you know, Shang Yu, this was one of his first big tournaments, a first LAN ever. QIQX has never been in an international LAN since like 2017. You know, Emo's not been doing so well for a while. It's rough, it's difficult. So IG, as much as we have some very storied names on the roster, I think we still have some time before they can fully click together. This is the tour here, Lizard. So what are we expecting from them?
I love the hand on Shang-Yu, the open fist. No wing. Like, someone needs to update his Wikipedia. Shang-Yu, it's there is no description of his nickname, or like I asked a friend what it is about, and he says it's the old hegemon king, like in China, some warlord during the Qin dynasty. He was a prominent leader, and maybe he can grow to be one. What do you think, Snare? A new player in IG taking away the reins from Emo. Is that possible? Can it ever happen?
I think it could possibly happen because every time we've spoken to Shang Yu, just like his personality shines through in the way he interacts with the game, you know what he reminds me of? He feels like a Chinese Saberlight. So I think he could at some point step up and start to have a lot more input into what he wants out of the game. And he already mentioned in an interview we had with him in Tour 2 that was one of the points of friction when he was on LGD, that he had different ideas about the game. And they didn't necessarily mesh with the idea that Zhao 8 had about the game. So I think we have a general forming within him just yet. Of course, right now, we're going to be seeing his general tendencies here in Game 1 because we have a draft on our hands, Lizard. Radiant side for IG. They have first pick, Dire side for Piggy Killer. First pick was Techies because, of course, that hero's stupid right now. It's way too strong. Piggy Killer, Beastmaster, Crystal Maiden. They actually all ignored the Timber Sword. Oh, it got banned. Okay, never mind.
It got banned. What's interesting is how early Terrorblade got picked up. Instantly. First phase, TB. You see the CM, you see the Beastmaster, you go TB. I'm thinking, like, is it a great TB game already versus these two? Like, because they are bringing a lot of pain in the laning stage itself. I guess you are playing with the Techies. If Techies is 5, he can be a 4 as well. But yeah, I don't know. Like, it's a peculiar one. You can cover it, and IG is covering it right now. They're banning out the Zeus. They're banning out the Drow. Is there something else that you're worried about?
PL? Probably PL or Ember, one of the two.
I guess so. Yeah, there's a few heroes that are pretty damn good against him. So you really have to cover yourself quite a bit.
I'm with you there, especially with how these Beastmasters have been building in the lanes. A lot of them have just been skipping the boar build, going straight in for the axes. And that threatens TB a little bit more. So I'm also very curious about this, but they probably have some clue as to how to better protect him. Maybe the Techies ends up being a 4 when you have some other beefier hero that goes down bottom in lieu of the Techies. Spirit Breaker would have actually been quite nice, I think. That could have been pretty decent to protect the TB.
Yeah, we'll see. Like, overall, not the greatest fan of opening up with some of these cores that aren't necessarily considered broken at the moment on position 1. Like, if you open up with Storm and you have Sumail on, okay, sure, you know. But, okay, TB is one of those heroes, however, like, that has been considered by many core players. If you want me to solo the game, just pick me TB. That's something Ramses would say, right? Like, back in his Versus Pro days. If I want to win, just pick me Terrorblade. I win the game solo. It's easy. So, yeah.
Terrorblade, of course, in this kind of game, I always like seeing Terrorblade when he has backup in all dimensions. There's stuns on the team, there's team fight, there's heals as well. Techies can provision at least 2 of those for you. So at the very least, there's already some coverage for the CB in the midst of these fights. I do want to see more burst as well.
Don't give them ideas. I don't want to see Techies healing as well. Shard on the blast off. He jumps in and heals everyone around him.
Oh, that would be epic, actually. Or how about they bring back the mines, right? The big bombs. They bring those back, but instead of doing damage, they do AoE heal. How about that?
How about you? Come on, Snare. Don't make it any stronger than it is. Yeah, I don't think this hero should have. Imagine if Techies was reworked completely and he's a ray of sunshine now. He no longer damages, he just heals. He's a new Chen. Yeah. Anyway.
And then Chen is the damage dealer, right?
And Chen, yeah. Chen used to be like, there was a build long time ago, mid lane Chen, Penitence, Dagon, maxed out. Like, you just burst people down because the damage bonus on spell damage was insane. Piggy Killer actually go with the Phoenix. So you look at TB, you look at Techies. Yeah, there is something to hit the egg, but not a lot. Like, TB doesn't really want to focus it. A lot of damage is going to be dealt by that egg, by Fire Spirits as well. And one of the combos that I always enjoyed was Beastmaster and Phoenix. Like, you have that roar to move people away from the egg. You have the roar versus BKB targets. So, yeah, looks good. Gets countered a bit by the silencer. As now you have to worry about, are you going to dive in the fight and then use the egg? Are you going to use the egg immediately? Because if you dive, you might get silenced. You might not even be able to position yourself properly.
It's always a very intriguing matchup, Silencer and the Phoenix, for the exact reasons you mentioned, in favor of the Silencer. But then if this Phoenix hero is getting a little bit out of hand, then Silencer's like, well, what do I reserve my global for? Do I just try to stop this global or the supernova, or do I deal with other spells? But Piggy Killers, they do have some very decent team fight with this. So speaking of team fight, we get Xiang Yu's best hero. This is the hero that he made his name on, or at the very least, that put him on the map. back when he was in Div 2 and CDC. We all saw this Brewmaster 1v9ing a game. So we have two 1v9 heroes on IG. They can't lose now. GG, well played. It's done. Piggy Killer, just go to game 2, boys.
Is it that strong, the Brewmaster to 1v9? Yeah, I mean, I've seen some games in the new patch, but I haven't seen way too many. I don't think that he's that contested. It's interesting because, like Underlord is something that went through completely untouched. This is a hero as well that I have seen picked quite a bit. Here we have Brew and Beast instead. I'm thinking maybe Brew is some sort of a preemptive counter to those illusion heroes that are decent versus TB. But Piggy Killer instead, they just go with a normal, casual, good old Slark to TB matchup. I'm gonna jump you, you'll try to sunder, I'll use my ult. You won't have anyone to sunder around you. It's a good one. I think all these position ones and offlaners that can use Harpoon are in a really good state, because Harpoon just sounds and looks very strong.
I love Harpoon as an item right now. It's so, so good. I'm also loving the Slug pick. Not that much like uber hard disable. Their burst isn't that great either. Feels like a very good game for the Fishman. Also, you mentioned Underlord that this hero has just been going through. Intriguingly, here in China, the hero just doesn't have that much currency. It's only been picked twice relative to the amount of time it's been picked over the course of the DPC elsewhere. 32 games internationally, only 2 here in China. So it's a massive delta. What do you think it is about the way Chinese teams play Dota that makes them still be relying on like Beastmasters, Timbersaw, and just pretty much ignoring the Underlord?
Well, maybe we just didn't send them the memo yet. Or maybe they're in front of everyone else. I'm not sure. Right now, I feel like, and we've heard that from the Chinese players, Western European Dota does seem to be groundbreaking and does seem to be stronger than any other. At the same time, the fact that the skill ceiling is slightly higher doesn't necessarily mean that the drafts are slightly better. You know, because you can have 3K pub players inventing really good stuff. So Twitch chat, you can be good at Dota as well. So I'm serious, like inventing new item builds, inventing new heroes that are good for the meta doesn't necessarily correlate with higher MMR. Because what's the problem as well? The problem is in pubs, some players are really strong, especially on higher level, and there's not a lot of them, and they start spamming a certain hero, which might be strong, might not be, and everyone has to respond to it, and everyone starts spamming it too, and then everyone thinks that's broken, when in fact there's something else completely in the shadow that could have been even better. In any case, Underlord, that might be the story of him, but I don't think so. Underlord is just stupid. He buys Vanguard and you can't touch him.
He just doesn't die. Yep. Yeah. In this game, there's no space for Underlord, of course, unless IG will be putting the Brewmaster mid or Underlord mid. And they round out the draft with getting this Wind Ranger, another hero which has been gaining massive currency of late from the mid role in particular. We saw Somnus play this. We've seen Nothing to Say play this. We've seen Sumail play this. So it certainly is feeling like the mid hero. If you're not picking a spirit, you're probably picking Wind Ranger. And given that they banned all the spirits and Queen of Pain is gone, what's left in the draft to try and deal with the Wind Ranger in the laning phase here, Liz?
I'm really trying to think of it. All the spirits are out. Queen of Pain is out. I've seen some Lash yesterday, but does it feel that great? Perhaps not. Maybe you can look towards another hero that's good versus TB instead of just a Wind Ranger matchup. Get yourself some more burst damage. What does Piggy Killer need?
They need jump as well, right? Because no one starts fights for them. Maybe Puck, potentially. Doesn't scale as well.
It's a rough matchup, and you have Silencer against you. That was my first thought too. Like, it's good with Phoenix. Yeah, but this is what they needed instead. I think so, really. I think they needed... My idea was actually not Primal Beast. My idea was Dragonite. I thought that they needed some... just some beast up front, something strong, something brawly. Dragonite fit the idea, but Primal Beast maybe does it even better because he doesn't really need a lot. He doesn't need any items. He can just find a couple of levels and already be rushing in, catching that TB or the Wind Ranger. I really like the idea. I really like the Primal Beast.
I like this as well. I also like your suggestion of DK. I think any of these hybrid heroes at the end of the draft, the hero that both goes in and can be a pseudo body for you, feels very good. They did also need a little bit of additional damage prior to this Primal Beast emerging. And of course, now that they have that, they can find Dust earlier on in the game and actually kill him instead of him just being like, haha, see you later, suckers, I'm getting out of here. I like this Primal Beast. The matchup versus Wind Ranger, I haven't really seen it all that much, if I'm honest, but I can't imagine that Primal Beast would care all that much. He's just going to do his thing. Shouldn't die. Probably gets out-clicked by the Wind Ranger, but should still be able to find his own CS and then make movements on the map once he hits level 6. Which draft do you prefer, though, Liz? There's some aspects of both drafts that I do like, indeed, but cohesively as a unit, which side would you rather be on, and who are you backing for a victory in Game 1?
I look at the techies on one side and I'm already leaning towards it. At the same time, I really do think that Slark could pop off and he could take this game. Like, it should be a pretty solid Slark game overall, all things considered. Wind Rangers, like yesterday, was it you? You called her very volatile. Like she can be a hit or a miss. No pun intended. But she's now playing versus multiple heroes that can control her very well throughout the game. So I might be even slightly leaning towards Primal Beast and Piggy Killers, even though they're playing against the Wind Ranger techies.
All right. Let's see what ends up happening. Personally, I've always hated Goblin techies, so I hope this hero loses. And I'd be very happy about life.
But
at the same time, I'm conflicted, bro.
Some things in this game define your character, and hating techies is not a sign of good character, Snare. You just want to be a normie. You just want to have everyone like you, don't you? I'm a techies hater.
I don't like the heroes that... I don't mind techies as much now, but I've always hated heroes that fundamentally, this one hero changes the whole game. Like, you have to now all respond. Sort of similar to Alchemist. I've never been a fan.
Okay. Yeah, I get
heroes like Naga. The whole game is about this one hero now.
So you basically hate everything that I love. I get it.
Basically. Except you, bro.
Oh. Well, I don't love myself, so that's it's also good. Okay, we have a little bit of a fight maybe on the top room. Look at IG with the 5-man smoke. Try hard.
Yeah. Let's see what they're going to be able to accomplish from this. They don't have any big disables just yet. Emo did not opt to go for the very early shackle shot, went for power shot instead. And it turns out that this 5-hero smoke was a complete waste of time, Lizard. It accomplished absolutely nothing for them. And they just go to their lanes as normal.
And Bercy was like, eat ice, try hards, and just moves away. 2 bounty runes each. 2 on bottom, 2 on top. I mean, it's not the greatest loss, right? Just you having that smoke used. You're not really losing that way too much. Mid lane, we'll see how this matchup goes. Primal Beast, obviously, you go for that uproar. You do get right-clicked quite a bit, but if you hit Emo once or twice, he's going to definitely feel it.
Emo will feel it if it ends up suffering that damage, but for the most part, I think we're going to be having the classic of what the mid lane is like right now, in that nothing's going to happen. It's going to be a farm fest. If I look at these supports, maybe if Crystal Maiden can find a pretty Buck Frostbite wrap around onto Emo, perhaps, but either way, I'm expecting almost nothing to happen middle.
I will see. Once they get levels, there's a lot of damage coming from both of them. Maybe a little bit earlier from Primal Beast, but with a good rotation, like you said, Crystal Maiden, techies as well rotating in, there can be kills. I think the lanes are very volatile. There's a lot of kill potential pretty much everywhere. Bot lane may be the least, but Beastmaster is already really damn low. If you get,
needs to actually be careful.
Yeah, exactly.
He's actually dead. He's actually dead. Yeah, he's gone. Meta is out. One more right click from Dust is all they need. And like you said, he was very low. But crucially, he also didn't have boots, so no defense available versus the Arcane Curse. In the meantime, in the top, Shangya gets taken out by Mercy and Fly. So both offlaners end up taking a tumble, but IG do get the bonus gold for the first blood, so they'll be happy with what just happened.
Yeah, it's like you look at this bottom lane and you're thinking, yeah, there's no kill potential on the Beast, but then Reflection plus Arcane Curse, the slow is insane. If you add in a Blood Grenade, like you just cannot move away from Metamorphosis hitting you. So it is a little bit scary, yeah.
terrifying amounts of damage early on coming in from the meta. The thing that could get scary though is that Picky Killer, them finding this kill top is not just a kill, but it's also an additional stack for Fly. So the slog is some additional damage, makes the farming slightly easier, and you'll take any small advantage you can get early on as a slog when you're still a little fish in the big pond before you start to become the shark that everybody knows.
There's probably one lane where I didn't expect them to just feed that kill so early on, or feed a kill at all. I think that Brewmaster and Techies are, forced to reckon with. So them dying that early on, it can get scary. Like Slark getting control of this lane together with Crystal Maiden can be really rough for IG.
It certainly can be, and the slog will become a big problem. Like you mentioned, it can pose issues for the TB later on. Speaking of TB, down bottom, they are putting out some more damage. We saw the combo again, Arcane Curse Reflection. Once these spells are back online and there's more mana for the Silencer, suddenly Frisk is... and they need to be very careful about his own life. In this game, Lizard, is there anything atypical that we're going to expect item-wise? Are there any situations that you can foresee somebody having to buck the usual trend to succeed in this game?
Well, on Dire, you might see something different because they're playing versus Silencer, right? You might see some Manta Primal Beast or something like that. Like, maybe even a Manta Slark. You see a lot more Mantas being picked up instead of BKBs as of late. Even though maybe you definitely need a BKB because you're playing versus Brew as well. So Manta might just not be enough. But we'll see. Yeah. Besides that, I don't think anything incredible will happen. I'm looking at Primal Beast mostly to see what XM goes for. Is it going to be your standard run-of-the-mill BKB first or something different?
I mean, his counterpart on the Primal Beast on this Wind Ranger. The last time we saw Wind Ranger plus Silencer in the same team, Wind Ranger opted to not buy BKB, relying on the coverage that Global Silence will provide. So there's options for that for both Emo and Dust to go for in this game. Potentially, if they feel like QIQX is on point enough with the Globals that they can take that risk.
You know what? If you're buying a BKB on Wind Ranger early on, the game is wrong for a Wind Ranger. Like, I feel that this hero needs to snowball with every single item. And if you are forced to buy a BKB very early on, it doesn't feel that great.
So we're anticipating her to just go for the Gleipnir. Yeah, Primal, he's here now. Only level 5 though, so they don't have the Pulverize just yet. Goes into the Onslaught though, and they will find out QIQX first and foremost. But here comes Emo to try and lend support. Shackle Shot doesn't latch, but XM will still take way too much damage and end up dead regardless. QIQX still alive somehow on the Silencer at the very edge of the tower.
Yeah, what was that all about? Top lane, Mercy?
Is Mercy gonna die here? He is still alive. He will end up taking a tumble, but PYW will also follow him into the grave. Fly, getting quite a few stacks out of this, and I think this Brewmaster's in a bit of danger. We only have 5 seconds before he has Cinder Brew available. There's Thunderclap.
Yeah,
he's fine. Yeah,
he's got 12 Magic Wand charges. He's got Healing Lotus. He's just not dying. There is no way in hell. But that bottom lane rotation by the Primal Beast. Oh, XM. That looked... like, it's not like he was losing mid lane when it comes to CS. But he decided to use the 4-minute rune and move down bottom with it. Got punished super hard. They just don't have... I believe it was a level 2 Phoenix at the time. Like, level 2 Phoenix literally does nothing when it comes to damage. It slows you down a little bit with dive. Fire Spirits are horrendous level 1, so... yeah.
I feel like had they gone for that play at level 6 when you had Pulverize, it's a very different story.
Of course,
when you do suddenly have some of that damage, and he might get level 6 off of killing Emo middle, but sadly, because he still doesn't have the 6, they have no way to lock down this Wind Ranger after the Frostbite, and now instead, they're coming in with QIQX to put some danger out onto XM. Shield Rune gets stolen away by the Silencer as well, just to make sure XM's life continues to be difficult.
PYW.
He's gonna hope for at least a kill onto PYW, but he needs to be careful about moving on to this river because it's not like there aren't reinforcements from IG.
XM right now is like, guys, can you please just leave me alone? I need level 6. Once I have the 6, then we can start making plays. Because you called it yourself. If they had level 6 on the bottom lane, they would have gotten a kill. If they had level 6 now on the mid lane, Emo probably would have died when they went on him. But 3 heroes going on a Wind Ranger and not having any disabled, it's not going to happen.
Turning into one of those games where one small decision cascades into larger ramifications down the line.
Like any
And that
game,
one
right?
choice for the rotation. Yeah. Dude, don't you just hate this when you have this one key decision, you make it, and you're like, the next 10 minutes are difficult just because one play didn't work out for you?
I really
Feels
think,
bad.
yeah, I really think that's every single game of Dota on high level. It's just that some,
That's true.
it's just that some games aren't. It's not as noticeable, but it all just cascades from the way the lane goes. You know why? Because there aren't as many mistakes on Tier 1 Dota anymore. Before, you could always kind of crawl back in because there are mistakes happening. And then these mistakes, if you capitalize on them, bring you back into the game. The teams just understand the way it should be played more and more, so...
Dota players getting better. We love to see it.
Yeah, maybe not that better in this patch, but soon they'll be just as strong.
Honestly, I can't wait to see the level of Dota we're going to have at TI as mid lane. We're about to have a very large skirmish here. 6 heroes are gathered up. Emo going on to XM with the focus fire. Shackle Shot will connect as well. Blast Off will be there, and they have the damage to kill off the Primal Beast. But they might bring down Emo. He doesn't have the win run anymore. Mercy, him and Frisk trying their best. PYW will be the first one to die, brought down by the Blood Grenade. Mercy will be forced to run away though. Power Shot brings him down, but he gets a freeze off on Emo before he goes down, setting up Arbor to find the Primal Roll and some damage with the axes, but he doesn't have much additional damage. Only level 2 on the boards, and they get the
My
triple kill
God.
onto Frisk. Emo eventually falls to these wild axes, but Emo will take that trade any day of the week. A 3-for-1 affair, 3-for-2 rather. A lot of gold for the Wind Ranger.
It's 3-for-2. It's also the fact that Beastmaster left bottom lane, like your TV, completely uncontested major win for IG. The fact that they killed off XM first as well. It just feels really damn good if you're Emo right now. He bought himself 2 crowns. 2 crowns because he's twice of a king. That Sumail is on that mid lane. I'm kidding. Twitch chat, don't hate. But
I mean, he buys 2 crowns because he's a king of the mid and Wind Ranger's the queen of the mid, you know?
king of the mid and safe lane as well. As he plays both.
There we go.
It's kind of
Gonna
similar.
smoke up
Like
top.
honestly, the two of them are kind of similar. Perhaps not in XM top.
He's fine. They missed the Shackle Shot, so they can't kill him. He's okay.
Perhaps not in old chat trash talk, as you can't really see Sumail doing that. But the way they play.
Global Silence gets popped as they're trying to go on Fly in the top lane here. Shackle Shot still doesn't connect. Fly gets off the Shadow Dance, but Blast Off still kills him. That is one option they have against the Slot, even through the Shadow Dance. Okay, very nice kill in the top lane, and very nice usage of the first global of the game.
They do have quite a few AoE damage spells, right? Like you have the Thunderclap, you have the Power Shot, and then you have Blast Off. So a lot of damage, like you just said, against the Slark. Global has been used to a pretty, in a pretty good way. They take down the tower as well.
The thing I like the most about that move is because they failed the earlier rotation. Normally, that's when your mid laner has to just leave, and you feel very sad. But them having the
PYW.
patience to stick around, they get that kill and they get the tower. PYW certainly gonna die here. Will provide some gold into the fund of Frisk, but the question is, will XM be able to escape? Shangyu making his way up, really wants to use this Primal Split. You know, we've been talking about some of the struggles of XM on his Primal Beast, and he indeed has been struggling, but we haven't really felt much impact just yet from the Brewmaster either.
Yeah, well, Brew at least was constantly on top lane, right? He was getting that farm. Meanwhile, the Beastmaster, both the Beasts on Piggy Killer have been struggling, like you said, but the Beast just picked up a pretty big stack of Ancients. He's almost got his Crimson Guard, actually, available. So that will mitigate a ton of damage coming from both the TB and the Wind Ranger. But it doesn't feel that great. It doesn't feel that offensive, right? Instead, did he just switch up? He just switched up into Greaves.
He did.
Yeah.
He did, yeah. Well, they're going to be dealing with some heal anyway at some point, right? From the enemy team once the techies picks up Greaves. But I would have liked Crimson Guard, like you mentioned, the damage mitigation. It's a rough place to be in, right? Because either you mitigate damage with the Crimson Guard or you go for sustain with this the mech Greaves. But either way, you have to be playing for your team. You can't necessarily just think about your own game.
Like, honestly, neither feels that great to me. But he's doing what he can, I guess. The problem that I see with it is that he's not really... Like, you can go for utility on Beastmaster. That's what's so strong about the hero right now. But what feels bad for me is the fact that they're not able to utilize it fast enough and take down an objective. Like, if you get mech super early on, and then you use that mech to go and take down a tower or group up, take team fights, then great. But when you're getting a mech later on in the game because your game isn't going well, then it kind of feels not as great. But at least with the Greaves, he also has a way of taking off global silence.
But he might die here as he find himself getting ATOS'd up by Emo. Global Silence comes in again. They really want to bring down Ava, and they should be able to do so. At the same time, QIQX caught in with the Pulverize and falling very, very low. Not dead just yet, though. Brewmaster popped his ultimate, helping to keep the Silencer alive, but it will eventually not succeed. Fly. He's right now in front of the Tier 1 tower. He's shackled up. He's in danger here. He's about to die, but will be saved by the Supernova going off from Fade, forcing back the rest of IG. That being said, Power Shot almost kills him. They have to retreat from this area. All right, ends up being a 2-for-1 exchange. Supports an exchange for this offlaner. But that fight could have gone really south of Picky Killer had they not found the level 6 just in time for that Phoenix.
Yeah, they do have still another Pulverize to work with, so maybe they can utilize that to take down the Tier 1 tower. Let's see if IG even wants to fight this. They could still bring down Terrorblade, right? Like, he could come here down to the safe lane. Pulverize is used.
They're going to Emo, but they're not going to be able to find him. QIQX, he's going to be the weaker target. They pounced onto him with Fly, but here comes Dust. Terrorblade has made his presence known, but Terrorblade gets roared up immediately. Terrorblade gets pulverized and killed. He is dead. Down to rights. Emo almost falling, surviving by the skin of his teeth with 20 HP. But I don't think Shanya will be as lucky. As he gets onslaughted into, XM tramples him down for a double kill. And although the first engagement didn't look so great for Piggy Killer, the second one, Liz, excellent fight from them. They get a Tier 1 tower and 2 cores on top of it.
Yeah, I was inviting the TB over, but it seems like Piggy Killer were as well. They were inviting him and expecting him. With open arms, he comes in, he gets pulverized. Like I said, that Primal Beast used it on Wind Ranger, but he couldn't because of the last word. So he didn't actually pulverize her. Instead, he waited for the TB to be TP in. And yeah, perfect fight for Piggy Killer. They take down the carry. Slark is now on top of the network charts.
Well, that's scary. This is the kind of Slark game where you certainly can pop off. About to finish off the Aghanim Scepter. And we saw the TB. Maybe showed up a little bit half-cooked to that fight. Like, yes, the hero is still the most farmed in the game, but there's a very good reason, Liz, that we often see Terrorblades just completely AFK until they feel like they personally are ready. So, maybe one more item. If you had the full Manta, but even then, he might not have survived, right? Primal Roar is just too strong against him at this moment.
Yeah, like maybe if he Sunder's the right target and he has teammates around him, but the best case scenario for him would have been just continue farming, continue farming, chilling, don't join until you're really that strong. Because one thing that Piggy Killer do have, like even though the laning stage didn't go that great for them, they're extremely tanky and they're the kind of a lineup that can just roll in, show up now with the mech, with the Greaves from Beastmaster, and take you down one by one, mindlessly, right? Just run in. At the moment, at least. But once Terrorblade becomes big, that might not be as easy anymore.
Still have Emo also about to finish off having a full Gleipnir, but middle. XM starting to actually become a viable threat in this game. About to pick up the BKB. As soon as that is finished, I imagine they're going to smoke up again on the side of Piggy Killer. Just needs a little bit more mana, but that's why Mercy's in the game. Thanks to the Arcane Order.
Yeah, that's it, right? That's the Crystal Maiden contribution always. At least you have
Yep.
the aura no matter what. Yeah, like you called, there's a BKB coming on Primal Beast. There's also Aghanims completed on Slark. What else that's big? Beastmaster, he needs 1,000 gold, 900 gold, and he has the Crimson Guard too. So yeah, all things said and considered, they're not in the worst spot at the moment. I believe that the next fight they can definitely take. Turblade doesn't feel like he's in that power spike yet where he has the Skadi, right? Dust, he still needs to complete that, I believe, before he's going to be a true menace.
Yep. And they actually pick him out. They have a Beastmaster Hawk directly on top of him. So they smoke in his direction. They really want this TB. They don't have Blink Daggers, but they do have Onslaught on XM. So Dust is super, super dead. Nice to have known you, buddy. Hope you enjoyed life. But he's definitely gonna die. They popped a Global Silence to try and get the kill here. Global Silence is gonna cover him. The Supernova though goes off. Here comes the Pulverize. Pavisto onto Dust, keeping him alive. And they're turning this fight, listen. They're going back. They brought down Ava. They really want Mercy as well. Brewmaster with the split will be able to accomplish it as they brought down 3 heroes with XM dying solo to Emo deeper in the fight.
Maybe 4.
Frisk not gonna be allowed to escape either as he gets shackle shotted down by Emo, who has a double damage rune. And somehow, some way, the priority target of all of this is still alive. This Terrorblade manages to survive the fight. And Lizard, you know what happened in that fight? XM popped his BKB too soon.
What happened in that fight is you called Terrorblade to be dead way too soon, my friend. That's something that I noticed you do more than anyone else. Like, you're like, yeah, this guy's dead. That's it. Rip. Build a tombstone. Dig the grave.
Pepperonis.
Yeah. But they have a lot of ways of saving him. A lot of these small utility items that come in handy. Like Pavis that you called, there's a Glimmer Cape as well. There's Pipe on the Brewmaster, like a ton of things that you use to help him. Obviously, Sunder as well, right? Plus the Global Silence to prevent a lot of magic damage, so... Yeah, he survived.
Hear me out, Liz.
This was huge. I'm sorry. I'm not flaming you. It's just funny. It's just funny.
As QIQX dies top, right? I think if they had the BKB for the global and they pulverize them during global, before he sunders, I think he dies. We'll see if he dies now, though. Right now, he does have allies streaming in. He's still alive for the moment. He's falling very low. Dust. He doesn't have Sunder for another 10 seconds. They kill off the Crystal Maiden. Fly really wants a Dust, but not going to be able to find him. They miss out with the Icarus as well. No Sun Ray damage.
I love how you weren't like going anymore with, yeah, he's dead. You were like,
no,
let's see what happens. There are some
I've been called out now, bro.
Yeah, there are some heroes that... you always have to be careful if they have the ulti, right? Like the Sunder and stuff. No matter what the game is like. No matter what it looks like. Top lane though, Dust, let's see. Is he certainly dead here?
No,
he's Sunders.
They don't have Shadow Dance, so suddenly it's going to be Fly that might die. As he gets himself Global Silence as the Dark Pad is not available. He is dead. The Supernova will come out, and there's a Pulverize to stun out the Silencer, but Trample kills him. But XM, do you survive and escape this, my friend? No, you do not. Killed off on the Primal Beast. And I don't know why they went in for that jump. They knew he had Sunder back, and they didn't have the Shadow Dance on the Slark. And now they might even end up losing more. Gleipnir stalling up the Beastmaster. We need some further chase, though, and the rest of IG not necessarily in position. So you got Eternal Chain, but is allowed to escape on the Beastmaster. But another fight won for the IG.
Yeah, I feel like they're really too eager to take these fights without the full force. I think that they should be utilizing the Beastmaster up front a little bit more. He's got Greaves, he's got Crimson Guard. He should be the one that you fight with. He went full utility. He's not farming that much. He's keeping up with net worth. It's just not this crazy beast position 1 of the net worth charts, right? So maybe they could utilize him a bit more. Also, interesting that TB Phoenix is going to die bot.
Phoenix is gone. Slark was trying to hunt down the techies potentially top. That's not going to happen. Poor Frisk has just had a really rough game on this Phoenix. Just kept being hunted down over and over and over again. They're going to try and avenge his life, though, as they are smoked up through this mid lane. Beastmaster and the Crystal Maiden. They don't know where Emo's at, but
Oh,
Mercy's
no.
going to be the first one to TP there.
Yeah, you saw that.
Did he deny the wisdom?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
no.
He denied it with
What a player.
with the illusion
illusion.
rune.
What a player.
Mercy even TP'd down, and they actually brought the Beastmaster with that smoke down on the bottom lane. But yeah, it was all just an illusion. Some
This
pretty.
illusion, I was just gonna say that illusion changes the game a lot because these like supports need experience on Piggy Killer. These fights not going their way does deny them the experience they need. If not for the silencer doing so poorly with experience, I'd feel really, really concerned for Mercy in this game.
I think you're completely right. Like in the last patch and all the patches before, if you're a support, you're lacking gold. It's kind of rough, right? Like if you don't have a good laning stage and suddenly you don't have gold. In this patch, it feels more about top lane. Let's see this. Fly manages to get out. Yeah. In this patch, it feels really more about the experience. Like back in the day, you give him mid a little bit, he comes back. But exp is hard to find now. Fly.
He's fine. It's just Fly Dota. The person I'm really concerned for is Emo down bottom, as he could die here. Mercy finds him with the Crystal Nova. Onslaught connects onto him as well, but the Shackle Shot, oh no! Great plays from Emo. Global Silence to help cover this as well. And now here come the reinforcements. XM pops the BKB and the Supernova on the high ground as well. Should be able to stun these heroes out. I say that, but none of them were hit with Fire Spirit, so they have all the attack speed in the world. The Supernova does die, but it bails out the life of XM, which is much more important.
Yeah, I think that's still a good egg. Even if he dies there, they focus him. Your Primal Beast survives. Fly should be fine as well. It's just alone, right? Like there is no way that they rotate around the Crystal Maiden and Slark. They are smoked though.
Yeah. They know that there's no Supernova. They don't know there's no Freezing Field, but these spells are down. Let's see what kind of catch they can find. Mid lane or bottom, they want this Eternal Chains onto Fly, and they do catch him, but he's trying to go through the Twin Gate. Denied doing so. Blast Off will be there. Goes into the Shadow Dance. They really want this kill. They're preventing the angles for the pounce. He finally gets a way out. Mercy gave the necessary slow with the Crystal Nova and TP's out.
It was like one of those kills that, yeah, it would suck if they don't get it, but they're next to the pit, so they use the meta still for a good cause. They go win it, and I believe Emo should be getting a free... No, actually TB should be getting the Aegis. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of hard to kill Emo, I guess. He's going to have his Aghanim's now completed too. He's very tanky. Same goes for TB. It's all on who's going to be hitting the tower, the objectives, and I guess Dust will once he gets his meta back up, right?
It's also going early Butterfly for Dust, and there's no MKB on the horizon for anybody from Piggy Killer. Gonna be a very big item. And you know, speaking of protective items, you know XM has BKB, but he's still the only one on his team that has it. Fly doesn't have a way to dispel the Global Silence if he doesn't already trigger off the Dark Pact. He's building Manta to try and help him in that regard, though.
I feel like Manta is currently replacing BKB for almost any hero, especially the universal ones.
Universal heroes, man. The other universal hero that's in this game, obviously we have techies, but this Brewmaster, I feel like ever since that series that we saw him on in CTC, he just has not been allowed to have impact on the Brewmaster. It's been a couple of okay Cyclones this game, but overall, have you felt the strength of this hero in his hands?
Well, I'm not sure how to answer it. I mean, he's bringing utility. There's a couple of heroes on the offlane right now that they can build pretty much anything. Brewmaster, you see one of those, probably he went for what? He's got Crimson Guard, he's got a pipe, he's building into an AC. I think the impact is there. It's not like massive, like some Magnus offlane that it's very visible what he's doing with the RP, but the impact definitely is there.
So he's playing like a defensive mid in football. Might not know what he's doing, but making a lot of plays happen. Top lane, they're gonna try and find Mercy here. He did manage to evade the blast off, and now they're calling reinforcements. Who do they kill off in this situation? Shangyu goes in for the primal split, brings out these Broodlings. They want to force the fight. Freezing Field from Mercy. Beautiful shackle shot though. Between Fade and Beastmaster, neither of them can cast spells because they got caught out by this. They get followed up on by the Global Silence and right-click down by Dust. XM might share a similar fate. He's trying to escape away from the Sticky Bomb. The whole boulder will be there. They bring down this Primal Beast. Is he going to die? Yes, he does. At long last, Primal Roar will hold back PYW, but another shackle shot. Nice depth round from the Slug, but unfortunately there's a blast off to hold these heroes in position to allow Dust to rain down the damage. And that makes that 4 heroes dead on the bounce. Nobody dies on IG, and they get a tier 2 tower as some dessert after a lovely dinner of Piggy Killer.
Yeah, I love how you were questioning the Brewmaster, and instantly after he gets a massive fight, like he goes in, gives a lot of info, they follow up. Like that's usually the case with the Brew, right? You can go in and start a fight without being worried that you're going to die.
Yeah.
You give a lot of info to your teammates, and then the fight can be followed up accordingly. Nice global as well. He was saving it for... I'm not sure if he was only saving it for post-Yule's Phoenix, but it came after the Yules of Phoenix, so they never even had the egg. You can see it right here, the shackle shot. The global is still not used. And then after he lands, you see it. He still had like a millisecond in which he could have popped it. Maybe they should have used that egg.
Fight would have been very different had the egg come out, but sadly did not. Must say Emo as well, these shackle shots, man. On point. Twice in this fight, which was some very clutch ones. Makes the game so easy. And what sucks is that you were speaking earlier about how, for the Slog, they have various tools on the side of IG to deal with him, even during Shadow Dance. The same is true for the Death Shot. We just saw in that fight that he can't necessarily rely on this to save his team, because they can get through and pierce the veil of darkness and kill off these heroes.
Yeah, what's really good is the AoE stun, right? Like, the damage is there, but also the AoE stun coming from PYW.
Oh, IG now. 7k gold ahead. We are in Terrorblade territory right now. He is the net worth leader in the game, has Butterfly, Skadi Manta, at D-Lance as well. So yeah, nobody can tussle with this guy right now.
Pretty much. I feel like he feels unkillable. As long as he has a teammate or two around him, it will be extremely difficult to take him down. And he basically, as Lark, what fights do you like? You like these long, prolonged fights, right? Like you get to stack up your stacks. Emo searching for Frisk top lane.
Doesn't find him, sadly.
He is still searching. He sees the fire spirits on Valking. He's just...
Oh my gosh. Eternal Chains out. They should have this damage. He uses up this Wind Ranger, throws back a Fire Spirit. Power Shot will connect, but Frisk is still going to be alive.
Bot lane?
Bottom lane though. Slog. Will he be as lucky? Nice little blast off there to could have cancelled out the Freezing Field. Slog, him and Shangyu trying to bring down the separate targets. Shangyu kills off the Crystal Maiden, Slog kills off the Techies. But the question is, will Slog escape this? He doesn't have the Shadow Dance anymore, and he doesn't have any more life as Dust has shown up. Shangyu there with the control. My friend, I'm sorry I ever questioned you, Shangyu. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro. I see your value now.
Yeah, having a little bit of impact on his Brewmaster, definitely. But also the TP from the Wind Ranger, the Gleipnir, just control. So much of it coming from her. Like, even the Phoenix on top lane almost died, but he survives because of the Yule's mid lane, XM. He blinks out.
He has a blink, Emo does not, so Emo will not be able to keep that chase going. But still, XM will not be able to avail himself bottom to defend the tier 2 tower, so this just goes down for free. Easily taken away by the side here of IG.
Yeah.
I don't remember what time they took the Tormentor for Piggy Killer, so I don't know if they could stick around to try and steal it for IG.
Yeah, it's the one that... Who got it from them?
I think Phoenix?
Phoenix?
Yeah, Phoenix has a shard, so it looks like Phoenix,
yeah. So they have 2 shards, one on Phoenix and one on Slark, right? Yeah, that's it. Do you think that it was... So Slark had to buy his. That's basically why I was asking it. I'm just thinking if that was a little bit too defensive or that you really need it.
Speaking of Slark, he's going Nullify next. He's not going to angle towards getting a harpoon or a BKB. He has Manta to dispel the global silence. Is this the nullifier game? So let's think. What does it get rid of? It gets rid of the wind run, which is very good.
That's it. You're buying it versus wind run. You're not buying it versus anything else too much. So we'll see. It does give them a way to actually kill off Emo, and he does seem to be the biggest problem.
Sadly, though, if that happens here, Lizard, that means they still don't have MKB for Dust. Fly got himself shackled very quickly. Shangyu. Frostbite is on him, but he is not concerned about losing his life too soon. Goes in for the primal split. Ava's going to be the one instead that is going to be in some jeopardy. Hurl Rock is on him, but here comes XM. Onslaught, they maybe want Dust, but they just want to create enough space so they can escape this fight. They had a Shadow Dance already from the slog. Instead, who gets left behind? It's good old Mercy. Bye-bye, Myan Myan. He is easily dead to rights. Fly. Be a bit careful, my friend. You don't have a Shadow Dance here. Shackle Shot doesn't connect. The Beastmaster, though, in danger. They try to go in with Frisk with the Supernova, but nobody's going to get stunned by this here, Liz. Fly going in onto QIQX. The Global Silence has expired now, but the Blast Off hasn't. They throw it back in. They find XM. Primal Roar went in from Ava, but it's not going to help him out whatsoever. Emo kills him off for a double. Finds the Eternal Chains onto Fade. So this should turn into a triple very shortly. He holds us up into the air just to buy space and time. Shackle Shot chases him past the Icarus dive. So that means that his life will be forfeit. Dead right in front of the Lotus Pool. 4 heroes have fallen. And Piggy Killer yet again lose another fight here. And Lizard, this might be the last one because IG are trying to go down and at least claim 1 lane of racks off of this.
Yeah, Slark did manage, so Fly managed to actually creep skip 1 wave, and he should be able to creep skip another. As you can see, he's farming under the tier 2. He decides not to. Instead, he just continues farming. The creep skipping didn't really help them anyway. The fortification didn't come through, so they didn't get the creeps that were inside of the base already. That's, I believe, the Satanic as well completed on Terrorblade after the last fight. And yeah, that last fight, once again, Slark goes in. He likes these prolonged fights, but IG does not allow you to have prolonged fights. They have way too much catch, and they have way too much damage. So you can't just poke and prod, go back and in. Especially because your teammates don't want to do it as well. Slark wants to, but Phoenix, he just wants to pop the egg and fight. Same goes for Beast. Both Beasts.
Poor Phoenix.
Yeah.
Hasn't been allowed to actually have much impact outside of just sacrificing his own life. It's been rough for these supports on Piggy Killer. And now they're going to get the second Aegis of the game. Cheese in tow as well, so Dust gets the Aegis. Actually, I think you just give Emo the cheese, give Dust the Aegis. Emo shouldn't die that fast, so he should be able to get off the item. Oh boy, what's the plan now, Lizard? If you're on the side of Piggy Killer, you lack damage, you lack sustainability, and you just lack the long control necessary to deal with both Emo and Dust. So how do you fix these things in the next 5 minutes? Because they're coming to try and end the game in that duration.
Yeah, I sincerely think that will be almost impossible to happen. You can always delay high ground, I guess, just by spamming them down. You have Crystal Maiden, you have your Beastmaster Axes, so maybe you can spam them down and defend high ground. There's an Aghanims now in Primal Beast too, to help out with the damage. And Slark that you mentioned, he was building Nullifier. Well, he switched it up. He's actually going for an MKB instead. Okay. So maybe you can get that MKB and then fight. But if they are forced to fight before it, they'll have the same damage issues.
It's rough, right? Because you do kind of need both items, like the Nullifier and the MKB, to be effective in this game. And you'll need these items right now because his base is under pressure and under siege. They're going for the high ground here, tier 3, falling very low with this Metamorphosis. The Sunray is going to dissuade them a little bit, but they will still be able to claim the tier 3 tower. Shackle Shot doesn't connect onto SRF. But still, Dust wants to put damage out onto the racks themselves. Brewmaster goes in for the ultimate. They get a Supernova onto the high ground. Blastoff did come out from the techies, but they just demolished the egg. Mercy also caught in and killed. Both supports dead. Only Phoenix has buyback, but he doesn't have an ultimate. And as they get through the base, they realize that there's no option left. Between the damage of Emo, the damage of Dust, and the demolish of the Brewmaster, there's nothing left to defend for Piggy Killer. So game 1 goes in favor of IG off the back of this Terrorblade draft. They made it happen, Lizard.
Yeah, on the back of the Terrorblade, on the back of Emo as well, who truly popped off on the Wind Ranger. They helped him out a little bit on that mid lane, and after that triple kill, they just couldn't find a way to deal with her. There was, like, for Piggy Killer, I believe there was a place in the game, a time in the game in which they could have taken an advantage, which was their power spike. That's when you had Greaves and Crimson on Beastmaster, and suddenly you felt unkillable on all of your cores. Like, Primal Beast was huge, you were huge on the Beastmaster. It's just that instead of keeping that advantage and building on it, they went and threw a little bit. They had a couple of fights in which they're trying to kill that TB. You remember the ones where you say, yeah, they have to kill him here, right? And then they go 2 heroes, 3 heroes only, always without the Beastmaster, always without that utility. This is the place in the game where they felt kind of strong. But yeah.
Here's the first one. This is the big one where, had this kill happened, dude, I'm 50. XM, hold BKB. Had the Pulverize come out to kill off the Dust, this would have been a very different game, but this turns everything, because not only does TB survive, didn't they lose like 4 heroes in this engagement?
Yep.
And yeah, they ended up losing 4. And it's like, well, now what? Emo's getting super farmed, Dust doesn't die in this situation. And also Xiangyu, before this, if you look at this net worth, Xiangyu wasn't having a good game on this Brewmaster. But fights like that allow him to recover, buy these utility items. And then this fight, after this, it did really feel like Piggy Killer were massively on the back foot. And now it's all about IG actually messing up if Piggy Killer want to come back into it.
Yeah, pretty much. I completely agree. Like, TEB got way too much after it. He got that Manta Skadi Dragonlance timing right, and suddenly your Slark, it doesn't feel as strong any longer. You had to be snowballing a little bit, getting 1 kill after another. Fly as well, being a bit too sacrificial perhaps with this Shroud. Maybe he didn't have to go for the Shard. Maybe he could have went all in damage earlier on. But because you couldn't really feel the impact of it anyway. They had way too many AoE abilities, way too much AoE damage. On top of that, you have an AoE stun coming from techies. So yeah, you use that Shroud and no one really gets saved.
To make matters worse, Dust, outside of that death that we saw him suffering by that tier 1 tower, didn't die again. Just had a very solid game. They realized we don't actually have the damage to deal with this guy once you got the Butterfly, Satanic Skadi. And then what I loved as well about what IG did in this game, whenever they felt strong, they weren't just sitting back and farming. They were like, let's utilize the fact that we're stronger than Piggy Killer right now to get something off of the map. And also, poor Fade, man. Phoenix just did not have a game here, unfortunately. There's too many things to deal with, right? You can't get Fire Spirits onto all 10 of these units that are around you and then still guarantee your own life during the Supernova.
Yeah, it's it's a rough one to even use the Supernova because of the global silence. He has the Yules, he actually had to go for it. So he doesn't have, I don't know, a Shivas or a Refresher or a Veil, some of these offensive items. Instead, you have to buy a Yules to deal with the global. And most of the time when you have to buy a certain item, just a defensive one, the game feels rough for you. Specifically in this one. Maybe he could have went for a Halberd instead, just to use it into the Emo, who should also probably be our MVP. What do you think?
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Emo popped off on this Wind Ranger, made this hero look super, super solid, belying its horrible win rate internationally on this hero. His build was very good for this game. His utilization of his spells were very good. His shackle shots were on point. He did everything, man. And he also he had the most damage dealt by his team, the most kills. Yeah, give it to him. He earned it.
He earned it. After that triple kill on the mid lane, definitely earned it. Also the rotation down bottom. I feel like this lane, this man's game has been won in the laning stage. On the mid lane, he did kind of okay. They evened it out. But then the rotation on the bottom lane was much better for him. He just responded with a good TP. Then he gets that triple kill. Off of that, his game was already set. He got a free ATOS from the 3 kills. So yeah, he felt like a great little Wind Ranger running across the map, making stuff happen.
Probably also helps him out as well that moment that you're mentioning, XM going down bottom, he finds nothing. By the time he comes back, he's a level behind the Wind Ranger, and that pretty much is the status quo that never changed for the rest of the game. So IG ahead right now in game number 1. However, Picky Killer have been in this position before and still recovered the series. So let's find out if they can make that happen within game 2 and take this into a third and decisive game. We'll find out shortly after a small break. So don't go anywhere. Chinese DPC action will resume in just a moment. So we'll see you soon. Welcome back, one and all, to some Chinese Dota action here to witness Piggy Killer taking on Invictus Gaming. And so far, IG have shown that they are the better team for now, taking game number 1 over and above Piggy Killer. However, this is one of those situations, Lizard, where I could very easily see Piggy Killer making a comeback. Just a couple of key decisions being changed about how they approach the game, and maybe a bit of a stronger draw from them. It wasn't an easy win for IG by any stretch of the imagination. So what do you want to see change from Piggy Killer to give them the best chance to take game 2?
I'm not sure. Like they have to be a little bit more disciplined. Obviously, they're a bunch of really known players, but without a big organization behind them, and behind perhaps a true shot caller, as that was kind of obvious in the last game. They made so many of these moves which could have been perhaps skipped or perhaps done as 5. Instead, it's like 2-man move, 3-man move, and then you're getting punished on both sides. So just a bit more discipline perhaps in this last game. Well, it doesn't have to be the last game for them, but if they play the same way like in game 1, it could be. When it comes to the draft itself, I think their draft didn't really lack a lot. It was decent. It may be not enough burst damage for my liking. Maybe they needed a little bit more offensive item build from their offlaner because of that. As Slark, you know, he's a really strong hero, but he needs a little bit of time to ramp up. And there was no one to bridge that gap.
I mean, we can compare and contrast the damage outlays from even the supporting cost on the side of IG, much higher overall than what Piggy Killer was able to put out in that game. So I definitely would like to see more burst damage. And I'm glad there's no techies, so that's where they got most of their burst damage in the support capacity, at least from IG. This game, they have to do something else, though, as they steal away the Crystal Maiden from Piggy Killer. They're playing on Dire side with first pick. They chose to have first pick, I believe, and then Piggy Killer chose Radiant. What do you want to see here as Piggy Killer to respond to this? Now that there's no Crystal Maiden for them to get heads up off the bat, do you want to see maybe like some Alchemist, which somehow was ignored completely in the last draft?
Yeah, Alchemist actually has a pretty bad win rate overall. He seems strong, and to me, he still is my favorite carry to play, but apparently he's not that great in professional Dota at the moment. So yeah, Alchemist goes through, maybe he won't even be picked. What else is there? Techies has been banned out, so you have your Underlord that's also really not that picked. What else? What else is first phase material in the current patch? Okay, another
Doom is
Harpoon.
banned. Magnus.
Yeah. A different Harpoon builder, right? Like usually, well, not usually, but in the last game we had Slark. This time around, Piggy Killer, actually they get the Magnus. Harpoon just feels so damn good on him. I don't know if you watched the Tundra game last night, but Hustlers were against them, building the Harpoon and just pulling everyone in even into the fountain. Like it's really, they still lost the game, but
I was about to say, listen, that's not the endorsement because they still lost.
Yeah, but not for the lack of trying. Magnus was looking really strong anyway.
Well, he just got a little bit stronger as well because he now has Dark Willow to play around with. A very strong combination of heroes. If you get RP Skewer into some Bramble Maze combination, could be very nice for them. It also leaves it a little bit open where the Magnus is going because this could be their 3 and 4. This could be their 4 and 1. Hell, I've lately even seen 5 Dawnbreaker, what am I saying, Dawnbreaker, Dark Willow, in tandem with 1 Magnus. So it's a very open draft, it feels like, from the side of Piggy Killer.
Oh yeah, it is. I'd rather see it like 4 and 3, right? Like Magnus offlane, Dark Willow 4. I think that's probably the easiest way to play it. The combination of these two heroes is also really... Oh, this is one I forgot. Like I was looking at all the heroes and thinking, okay, what's broken? That's left in the pool, but I completely forgot about the Medusa. Also, these two teams, I believe Spirit Breaker was banned out in the last game, but Visage was untouched. Also another one that looks really damn strong in Western Europe, but also in China, like we've seen 2 days ago, Visage do wonders. Like the Phylactery and Solar Crest build feels so natural for the hero. Like one of the problems that Visage had in the last patch is after the raid band being nerfed, he didn't really have an item build. he didn't really feel strong no matter what he built. But right now, he has a natural item progression that makes him strong at every point in the game.
I wouldn't be too sad to see them go for this Visage hero for either lineup, but I think Piggy Killer, they definitely need the damage a little bit more at this moment in time. We need some way to try and contend and deal with the Medusa. She has had a 50% win rate pretty much all across the world, both here in China and the aggregate results regionally. So there are ways to deal with her. The question is, has Piggy Killer been studying these ways and trying to figure out exactly how to make sure that they do not fall prey to Dusa, as we've seen many teams do in the past? That being said, they could flex the Dusa, I guess, right? This is not necessarily the safe lane hero for the side of IG.
Oh yeah, like you can easily put it on offlane, right? Like we've seen some support Dusas as well played by OG, but my favorite one would still be on the offlane, and the Visage does get banned out, by the way. So we'll see. Yeah, Medusa for me feels like a better offlaner, maybe even than the carry, as you get that one beast that stands up front and just you have to go on her, and if you don't go on her, you will be punished. So if you have that in the form of Medusa, then Magnus suddenly has to use the RP on her. She's just constantly poking her snaky face in front, and you can't get to anyone else.
Xiang Yu's heroes have pretty much all been banned out, so he's going to have to play something new from the offlane. No Mag, no Timber, no Brew, no Beast, no Visage either. If this was last patch, or last tour rather, that would mean he's definitely playing Centaur, but we'll see what IG go for when it's their turn to pick.
Well, it could be the Medusa, right? Like, could just be
that's true, yeah. He could be playing Medusa. What do we want to see here from Piggy Killer to try and respond to this Medusa? They get Nyx Assassin. All right, this has been like the regular, reliable response. You just have this Nyx, goes in, burns away half our mana pool. I would like, honestly, to see them get Wind Ranger into the team and have her build Diffusal Blade. And that could be an option against the Dusa, plus the Nyx Assassin as well.
Yeah, I do like that call. I like the Wind Ranger. I wouldn't mind the Terror Blade as well. Another way of just taking her down later on, because you have way too much burst damage. So if you get her RP'd or Nyx Assassin stunned, she's gonna die. So one of these high burst damage carries is what I would enjoy against her. Or like you said, Wind Ranger with Diffusal, that's also really strong. Let's see for IG. Sadly, Spirit Breaker... Actually, Spirit Breaker is still in the pool. I wouldn't mind seeing that. Like, Spirit Breaker and Medusa sounds pretty damn good. You could get something like a Bounty as well, but Spirit Breaker is... I love that. Love that big boy into Nyx Assassin, into Dark Willow, into Magnus. Just feels good versus all of them. Maybe the chart... but my God, like, okay, so literally...
You're about to say punch?
I wasn't... So... I was thinking maybe this is such a great Pudge game, but Spirit Breaker is safer. So basically what Pudge does here is the amount of AoE damage versus Dark Willow. You can always deal with her. There's a hook versus Nyx Assassin too, so you can actually scout him out. Like you can get some defensive builds versus the Magnus. It just feels great. The Carapace is strong against you, but still, Pudge feels great.
Yeah, I actually do really like this Pudge pick. And the damage outlay from Piggy Killer, if the Pudge gets big enough, probably going to be playing support in this game, but not the easiest customer to bring down. And they get another difficult customer on the side of IG, picking up this Monkey King. So Wukongs, they have no real way to pierce that armor. Once he buys BKB, they have no way to deal with him writ large at all. I like this actually from IG. And I like the fact that pretty much all their heroes outside of Medusa have a stun of some kind, right? Some kind of little bit of control. Even Dusa gets Stone Gaze later. So IG have options no matter what in terms of how they want to approach fights. And they have massive team fight. Freezing Field, Wukong, Stone Gaze. Yo, this IG drop seems lit, fam, honestly.
Yeah, I'm thinking like, what do they pick into the Monkey now that you see the carry on the side of IG? They could still switch it up a little bit, like Medusa and Monkey are versatile, but most likely it will be the Monkey on the safe lane. Okay, so Piggy Killer, they just go with the Quap. Which is interesting to me. They had the overall last pick. So okay, I see what they're
keeping
doing.
It open. Yeah, because Magnus can still be 1 and 3. Yeah,
exactly, right? Like they're basically keeping it open for the Magnus, even though they are showing their mid lane. So now if you are IG, Puck seems like, again, a no-brainer option. You are playing into Nyx, though, which is... it can be kind of rough. Pango is still left in the pool, but he doesn't feel great into Queen. Maybe there's a Dragonet option as well for IG. Like maybe it's a better DK than a Puck game, actually. Like, if you're IG, you get that DK, you can lane versus co-op. You don't care about Nyx Assassin as much as some other heroes, so...
I really like that shot, actually. Because I was thinking maybe some Storm Spirit. I'm looking at this Crystal Maiden. I'm like, Storm could combo up well with her. But they do have this Nyx Assassin. There is burst damage available now that they have co-op as well. So I'd like DK because he just soaks up all these spells and just make it more difficult for him to kill you. Then you have another tanky hero. And then if you have DK, who do they go on if Picky Killer wants to make moves on the map? And never mind, he gets banned.
Yeah, it was a good hero to pick up for IG. But yeah, they will not have the chance. We'll see. They have to find a different approach. They could get something that can purge Shadow Strike on the mid lane, maybe, or just go for that Puck. It's not a great Puck game, but it's maybe the best that you can pick at this point versus co-op.
Puck comes out, and of course, one of the great things about this is that it's even more team fightless. If he ever gets a good freezing field, my God, good Dream Coil into the freezing field, into Wukongs, into Stone Gaze, we can almost come close to seeing that massive combo we saw from Sumail and them yesterday, which was just phenomenal. So this is like you said, it's a volatile pick, but if it works out, it can do real wonders across the map. For Piggy Killer, what's the response? Because now you have to decide where's Magnus going. So what do you think is missing from their draft list, and how do they plug that gap with this 24 pick?
Yeah, some objective taking really isn't there for them. But everything else more or less is. Like, they have the damage, they have the pick off. They just have to decide whether to put the mag on safe or off, like you called. And I'm not sure just which way they're gonna pivot. Let's see.
Warlord.
Oh,
God.
Okay. An interesting one. Definitely an interesting approach.
Interesting good or interesting bad, fam?
Interesting, I don't know, bro. I use interesting when I'm not sure about what's gonna happen. So Arc Warden has been changed, right? Like, there's the Dire and the Radiant one. I don't even know what it does anymore, like which one is better, which one is worse. It will be a Radiant one here. Okay, so why Arc? Like, Arc is historically one of the best heroes into a Medusa. Like, you dish out way too much damage for her, she cannot move. The double flux on her is really difficult to deal with. It is a carry Arc Warden. Is it a great overall game for him? More or less. Like, there's Monkey and Puck that can get on top of him, but overall, if I'm an Arc Warden and I'm in this game, I'd feel good. So it's an interesting pick, but it's also a good pick for them.
Do you think, is it better than Troll? Because that's what I was thinking Piggy Killer was going to go for at the end of their draft, so that they have another Diffusal buy potentially, but they also have somebody that they can be empowered by Magnus. You can go toe-to-toe versus the Monkey King inside his own Wukongs. And eventually you do get strong enough that you can sort of deal with the Medusa. So is Arc better than that? Is that the best possible pick they could have gone for, Liz?
So many carries got banned out. I'd still value Arc over Troll, I think. Just if you have a capable and really strong Arc player, I think it's a better pick maybe. Troll obviously could have benefited from Magnus a bit more. But I don't know. I do like the Arc pick. I think they cooked something up here. Very interesting. We might see even game 3 off of it. Or he's going to farm up and then he's just going to be this giant piñata that they jump and kill off every time.
We're going to find out as we do get into our second and potentially deciding game between Piggy Killer and IG. One of the things I'm loving about this particular matchup, Liz, is the fact that we now have 3 teams that are realistically in contention for 4th place. These 2 plus like Azure Array, if any of them end 4th, I would not be surprised. So that means that this matchup, it's not like last season where you win this one crucial game, you're like, sweet boys, major qualified. Nah. You gotta still work hard the rest of the season. I love having stacked teams going into a DPC tour.
Yeah, you'll like it, but the whole Chinese region doesn't. because it usually means you don't know who's getting the points, and so far the points are lacking for most of our big guns. Emo, he gets scouted out, moves in with the smoke towards, and I'm not sure. They probably didn't see the ward being planted, but they will check it anyway. Like, there's no reason for Puck to go uphill the way he did. Actually, they want to check it for now, at least. The sentry is not used.
Oh, down bottom, we had a small ravage coming in from Mercy. Will cost him his life, unfortunately. Did make sure that the side of IG doesn't claim some additional bounty runes, but we do get the kill. And you called it earlier in the draft. Shanya is going to be playing this from the off lane. So his repertoire of heroes is expanding. That's up to now, what, 8 heroes that he plays? Well done, boy.
I mean, it's a huge hero pool. I don't know, what more do you need? 8 heroes is more than enough.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Remember the conversation point last tour was this guy plays 3 heroes. At the beginning of the tour, he literally only played 3 heroes.
Yeah.
But now he plays a lot more, which is nice.
PYW actually misses the hook this time around on that bottom lane, so they don't go on Mercy once again. The lane feels good for both sides, I would say. Like, on one you have Nyx and Arc, there's skill potential with them. On the other, Medusa and Pudge, obvious skill potential too. Mid lane, usually Puck favored matchup. Like, he can win this one later on in the game as well. You have Dream Coil to work with. And top lane is also a peculiar one. I'm not sure who I'd value more. Probably the Monkey and CM.
Right now, though, Ava and Frisk doing a really bang-up job in keeping their CS up. But at the same time, Dust is also farming quite well. I don't anticipate too much happening until like level 2 for both of these sides of the map on top. Down bottom, it does feel like this is a place where a lot more kills could happen, but it's all contingent on PYW. And he finds a hook, but unfortunately for him, Mercy finds an even better impale onto 2. Blood Grenade stalled him out. One of the reasons why these players like playing Nyx Assassin under these conditions, Liz, is that even when you're taking all this harass, you have an absurd amount of natural regen, so you'll still be okay.
Yeah, that crazy region for Nyx was always a nice thing, but he's dropping real low. Yeah, probably not that. Styx, Carapace, Impale, probably not that, but he did drop low.
So just some farm trades happening mid lane. It's even for now, but as these levels accrue, like you mentioned, we are expecting Puck to start doing a lot better. And who goes where first? If these is similar to the first game, who's going to be the first person to move off the mid lane to try and utilize their heroes to help out the side?
I feel like it depends on the rune, and it depends on the way the lane goes. So I can't really call it straight away. But where does the first blood happen, Snare? In your honor, like that's on the line. Where is the first blood going to be?
It already happened, bro. Remember the Mercy died?
Okay,
over
the lane first blood.
Oh, the lane one. I say top. I have a feeling someone's gonna die on the top lane.
Okay. Everyone spam his nickname in the chat and so bad or dance game after if he's wrong, if it's not on top.
Oh no. Our honor's on the line here. Watch it happen from the mid lane. 1v1. XM kills a hero, then I'll be sad.
The hook shot. The hook actually misses on the bottom. That could have been a dead Arc Warden. But most likely, yeah, it's on top lane. Bottom lane has a lot of kill potential, but top lane is just like, when you look at these heroes, there's so many spells, there's so much kill potential on both sides.
I think Dust just needs a point into Bounder Strike. Then we can start to see that happen. Down bottom, as long as PYW and the gang can find Mercy while he doesn't have stun and Carapace, maybe they get a kill, but yeah, the top is much more likely, like you say.
It's also about levels. Like level 3 is going to be a big one on Pudge and Nyx. Top lane too. You get that bonus damage on the Monkey, you get the bonus damage on the Crystal Maiden. PYW.
No, PYW, no! PYW, don't do this to me, no! Oh, God.
You know what to do, chat?
Oh, no.
If there's anyone awake at 7 a.m., spam this boy up. Also, add Twitter. What's your Twitter, actually? What's your handle?
Snegrodamus. I do have to change it, though. It's a bit complicated out.
Yeah.
There's people who would have followed me probably, but they don't want to do it. But yep, spam me out because I messed up. It is what it is. It's on me. Mid lane. Emo's actually losing behind on the CS battle to XM. XM is doing a bang-up job on this Queen of Pain to make sure that Puck doesn't have a free reign in game 2. Do you see that? Why didn't this happen 30 seconds earlier? Frisk finally gets a kill top onto QIQX though.
You never get it when it's needed. Medusa bottom lane, actually, 20 magic wand charges. Like, he was never gonna die. He was just baiting them. He needs a bit for the point booster top lane. By the way, I was completely wrong about the mid lane when it comes to the lane itself. Co-op just maxing out Scream of Pain and doing extremely well against the Puck. So XM definitely knows this matchup inside and out, unlike me, that has been... Even though I'm a boomer, I should definitely... Top lane.
Oh. Very nice movement coming in from PYW. There's a Shadow Realm triggered up by the Dark Willow, but like you mentioned in the draft, they have ways to get through it as the Fat Man just rots her to death.
Yeah.
So, very good rotation from PYW to take the Twin Gate to come top.
Yeah, it's just not... It's really not an easy Dark Willow game. You have Rot, you have Boundless Strike, you have Three Dance, you have Crystal Maiden with Crystal Nova. Mid lane, though, this might be... Oh...
1 second later, that would have been a kill, posed most likely onto the Dark Willow. 1 second sooner, that's likely a kill onto the Queen of Pain. But the exact moment he goes, it leads into nothing. On the bright side, though, they do manage to steal away the Invis Rune from Emo.
The
question is, do they set up for a kill onto him? Find the Impale, but there's no further disable. Instead, they turn their attention towards middle. They get a huge Sonic Wave onto 2, but it doesn't catch Emo. Emo instead gets out the Dream Coil, which catches XM. XM, will it be able to escape? The coil will snap, and it will end up being the death knell for the co-op. Did cost both supports as they got brought down here, but hashtag worthless. If I'm Emo, I'm so happy about this fight.
Dude, holy hell. XM, there's like insane co-op jumps, and then there's this. Like, he jumped under the tower, literally as deep as possible with a co-op. He dealt a ton of damage. That wasn't bad per se. Like, the Sonic Wave is what enabled them to kill both of the supports, but he loses his life in the end. And because of that, I'm not completely sure if it's worth it. Top lane, Wisdom Rune. Oh, the Impale, it wasn't there for Mercy.
Close call, but not there in time. Mercy just gonna have to content himself with playing a fair game where both sides actually have some experience for their supports. Emo made a rotation bottom here, but Fly has some protection from a very nice Observer Ward, so should be able to back off safely. They're even bringing in reinforcements just to make sure. Get that jump now. Potentially onto QIQX. He threw out the Frostbite, but he will end up dead. Frisk got the kill off of this, and Shangyu now to try and running himself away. Mercy doesn't have level 6, so we're very far from having the Vendetta mana burn. So I don't think Shangyu is afraid of dying just yet. But still, they're able to do this without having to involve any of their cores. So their cores are still farming top. Queen of Pain is in just getting some bounties for herself. Okay, things are okay right now for PK.
Mid lane, Rune fight. There's a haste on Quap, but
oh, that was so nice. Hook to snap the Dream Coil, doubling up on the stun, giving the additional damage. Oh no, that's really bad, bro. Emo can't be dying like this at this stage of the game. I think I always feel like Queen of Pain has like 3 deaths. Oh, XM, yeah. As Mercy dies, I always feel like Queen of Pain has 3 deaths. After 3 in the early game, that's when the game becomes basically impossible.
Yeah, I'd give her 1 maybe, but okay, 3 is also interesting number, generous, but yeah, the fact that he died mid, I don't blame him for the move. Like, it wasn't that bad. PYW should die here.
He should. The Cursed Crown will stun him up. Do they have the way to finish him off? And he does end up taking a tumble. QIQX also falling very low. They trigger off the Stone Gaze from Shangyu. That'll keep the Medusa alive for now.
Quap.
Will it keep QIQX alive, though? As they're going to be jumping in. Quap of Pain has shown herself. And XM, this time around, will find a lovely little kill. And with no reinforcements, potentially they can stack up onto the Medusa. The shield is gone. The HP is exposed, but she does have a magic wand. She will pop it. Ava got baited in a little bit too deep. Skewers away before the Illusion Orb connects. There will be a Waning Rift onto the high ground. Emo, though, might have chased a little bit too far for this one. XM will run interference. With the Spark Wraith being dropped down, they will back off on the side of IG. But they almost blocked Shangyu, and it did require the whole team being here in order to defend his life.
XM is such a boss. He jumps in to prevent Puck from killing anyone, but he might die for it. Let's see.
Sonic Wave back onto 3 heroes. Beautiful Ravage from Mercy. But sadly, the Dream Coil duration is still a little bit too long. He will end up losing his life on XM. They want Mercy as well. This Nyx still alive for now. They went the wrong direction, and they're not going to find the hook either. Has an Observer Ward. He's able to juke and jive during the nighttime. In the meantime, though, they go further forward in the fight. They find the kill onto Fly as the Arc Warden also present for this fight, but sadly, present for a death to give gold towards IG. They're taking everything on this bottom side of the map.
Yeah, that was a huge kill on the Arc Warden, especially because he didn't use the Midas on the main guy, just on the clone in the end. So Midas usage is not great. He got that Midas a long time ago too, but at least he got it. It's not... the game is hard, but it's not terrible. I think he got the Midas fairly early on, and he can farm. He's got boots as well with it, so it's not like some naked Midas on the Arc. Fly, perhaps not the best game on Arc, but not the one that you can't recover from too.
Still some options for him. We see another hero that's been struggling so far, Ava. Lowest net worth of all the cores. Didn't buy Vanguard, just went for the usual Ring of Health, and is now queued up a pipe. So we're not going to be having Echo Saber out of this Magnus just yet. Waiting for more utility style build. So that's 2 games in a row that he's opted just for pure utility on his offlane build.
Yeah, but they also sacked him quite hard when you look at the way that he's been playing. You're playing into a Monkey King, so eventually you'll stop laning, right? But no one set up some stacks for him. He wasn't really farming the Ancients or anything like that. He was just like fighting with his team. Hook.
Yep. Mercy silenced up by Emo to make sure that there's no Ravage Impale this time around. And they do secure the tier 1 tower. It's 11.5 minutes in, and they have a 6k gold lead with all 3 tier 1 towers down. This game is looking very, very rough for Picky Killer.
It is. Then again, I really think that the new map and the way it's changed is very beneficial for an Arc Warden, as you can farm in multiple spots with Ancients. So it is rough, but you should be able to come back. This is one of those games in which they can actually just sit back and relax. They don't have to do any crazy moves like they had to in the last match.
Well, Fly, this game's on you, my friend. Just keep farming in the mid lane. We're going to try and force a fight the rest of the squad. Mercy, he's leading in with this Vendetta, but sadly, there are sentry wards peppered everywhere. They will see every movement made by this Nyx assassin. So they're not going to be surprised by anything. And instead, IG can start to stack up to potentially find him if he comes up the hill. And indeed he does. He is uber dead. And they thought about maybe getting a counterplay. Dream Coil thrown out onto Fly, but that's not going to be a very easy kill for them to try and achieve there. There will be Magnus coming in, really wants an RP onto Puck. Doesn't have a Blink Dagger though, or a Harpoon, so getting this chase is super difficult. In the meantime, there's several heroes from Dire side that are up on the high ground here. They really want the freezing field damage. QIQX finds it, and they kill off the Magnus before he even reaches the Pudge. Big kill to find. There's no counterplay now.
Oh, that's so sad. Like, imagine if they had some stacks for him, and off of those stacks he had a Blink Dagger. That's maybe even a 2-kill on Dust and on the Puck. But your offlane just has nothing. That's a big issue. Like, yeah, you are farming with an Arc, and I'm keeping some copium because of that, but it's rough not to have a form of initiation. Your Nyx assassin with Vendetta is basically the only thing that you can work with right now.
It's pretty much their only play options on the map. They still haven't taken down a single tier 1 tower. They might be forced to fight in the top lane as Dust found a Boundless Strike onto Mercy, gets dragged back in by PYW's hook, and very easily killed off. By the way, did you see Shangyu built Phylactery on this Medusa?
Yeah, of course.
That's what... Yep, that's magic damage, man. The first time I saw this build, I was confused, and then I got hit by a Mystic Snake. I was like, oh, I see. I understand.
Yeah. I believe it's also the standard build.
Fly? Oh my god. Fly too close to the tier 2 tower. Frostbitten and then dragged back into the Wukong's command. Awkward and dead. Does have buyback, but he also died yet again with the Midas off cooldown, ready to go.
Yep. At least fortunately for him. the Tempest double is still on cooldown, so he doesn't feel the real pain when you die with double Midas. That's the real pain for an Arc Warden. But yeah, I think I didn't mention the Phylactery because I feel like that's the standard build on Medusa right now. Like you just go for it. It just feels very damn good. It gives you the mana as well, right? To work with UIW, Frisk.
Frisk is dead. The question is, can Mercy avenge him? Looking for PYW, there will be a very nice Impale. That's some decent gold picked up by the next assassin. And now reinforcements are also filtering in. Changya might need some help. The Echo is here though, as they're gonna be able to get the jump onto Mercy. Emo finding the kill. Stone Gaze also triggered out by this Medusa. And Fly's Tempest double. It looks like they wanted it, but Emo will not be able to find that grab.
He didn't Midas with it. He didn't Midas. 1 second away from that creep wave. But yeah, they're trying to... The kill on Pudge was good, but he needed to bail instantly after. Like, getting a kill on that Medusa, even with a follow-up, like, you just shouldn't count on it. You should just count that you cannot kill the Medusa. That's how I feel. When you see this hero, just count that you cannot kill her. Even if you have 5 heroes around you, you probably will not be taking her down. Especially now when she got her Aghanim Scepter upgrade.
Oof.
Like, now it becomes fairly impossible. Basically
all those
impossible.
additional stats. A lot of hard times to try and bring down this Dusa. She is a tough customer. At the very least, they do finally find the Blink Dagger for Ava. So they have some kind of play potential. And they're going towards him, Frisk and XM. Is anybody carrying a smoke? Not yet. So they can't necessarily make something big happen off the back of this. But they're also about to finish off an Orchid for XM's Queen of Pain. Do you like Orchid Quap nowadays as well?
I like it, especially when it's early on versus the puck, but this isn't early on. That's the problem.
Yeah. There used to be some old school times in Dota where Queen of Pain versus Storm was all about who got the Orchid first. And then that person probably wins the game. Normally it would come at like, what, 14 minutes? Still hasn't arrived just yet for this Queen of Pain.
Yeah, it's something similar for the Puck versus Quap matchup. It's obviously not for Puck. He doesn't have to build it, but usually Quap really enjoys an Orchid versus the Puck matchup, so he does get it, but yeah, like you said, might be a couple of minutes late.
Midnight. Mercy gonna end up getting brought down here. Spike Carapace will buy a little bit of time, and actually they don't have the reveal. Does get caught by the dust at the very edge, but that's already when he's gone away. That's a very big deal, because now they've wasted some spells, Dreamcoil in particular. Maybe they want to try and counterplay off the back of this.
I really go back to the fact that they have an Arc Warden, and they have an Arc Warden that's catching up, so no counterplays, no plays at all from Piggy Killer, please. Just chill, farm, that's it. Leave it on IG to make all the plays. If they want to push, then you can TP a clone in, use Magnetic Field, defend a little bit, but besides that, there's just no reason for you to be forcing anything.
They had an Observer Ward down bottom that scouted out some of these Radiant heroes moving in the area. We'll see if IG want to come and close them down. But for now, they have bigger things to worry about. Protecting this tier 1 tower, and that should gonna come forth. Frisk is the only person that's here for real. Should end up dead on this Dark Widow. Goes into the Shadow Realm. Terrorize thrown in. Frisk took too long to TP out, so the Dream Coil will come. They cancel out the TP and they kill him off. At the same time, Mercy gets hooked back by PYW. He'll die as well.
I'm not sure what the play there was from Radiant. Like, I don't think they had a kill. They just fought for some reason, but they lose 2 heroes in the end, and that's it. Also, Arc Warden, he used the clone, but he didn't use the Midas, so another... I mean, you know, I'm not memeing. Like, I'm sincerely not memeing. Every single time you don't use it, it's a big deal. Like, you need to ramp up that farm, because Arc Warden is a peculiar little cookie. He gets he gets these 2 Midases, and then he ramps up his farming speed, and he becomes completely unstoppable at some point. But that point does not last way too long. If you don't use it, heroes usually catch up, especially heroes that can jump on top of you. So Monkey King with a lot of farm, I feel like is a better carry anyway.
This Monkey King right now just finished off his BKB as well. Not far away from having the gold necessary to get back the Echo Saber. It actually might be even coming on the courier right now. Yeah, there we go. So we'll have Echo BKB for the upcoming fight. They jump forward. They find the real Fly. This is the real deal. Can they kill him off? He's already used off all his magic wand charges. So he is dead to rights. At the very least, they find PYW, but they will take it any day of the week. And it's taking them a long time to even get that kill. They eventually find it, but here comes Puck looking for revenge. Emo doesn't have a Dream Coil to throw forth anymore, but does have a way to dodge the Terrorize and ensure that they can kill off this Defrisk Mineska. Mercy's next assassin follows into the grave. 2 kills, double for Emo. And IG just continue on a tear.
Did you just say Mineska? Is it the SCA Dark Willow?
I mean, she is Mineska. That's how she rolls, right?
Isn't she Mireska? With an
Is she
R?
Mireska?
I mean, I might be completely wrong. Actually, you're right.
Okay, I might be wrong. Hold on, let's go check.
No, I think you're right. Mineska sounds... there's no way she's Mineska. Come on, wait. Dark Willow, where do I read that?
I actually have no idea. Where do you find this lore? Mireska, it is R. Yeah, it's my bad. I messed up. Top lane, they find Ava. He's dead. Brought down. We were still covering the more important things about Mireska versus Mineska. Lizard was right. Snare was left. And Ava is dead. Sadly, at IG, going to be claiming a Roshan as well.
It's not about me being right or not. It just sounds like an SCA team. Mineski. Right?
Oh, Mineska.
Yeah. It was like some SCA Dark Willow. I'm going to flame you in your pubs. Yeah. Anyway, like any other region, obviously. But yeah, smoke up. Buy Mercy. Buy XM.
Buy Fly, bro. Down bottom. As he dies now. The same heroes that just got a little pick off still stick around to be able to find a kill after going through the twin gate, and they bring down a carry as well.
Yeah, Mercy is thinking about setting up here, but probably not the best idea. And look, being somewhat of an ex-Arc Warden specialist, like I played this hero for I don't know how many hundreds of times in back in the day when there was a little bit of relevance in my gameplay, right? I really think that you need travels as your third item. He's going Boots, Midas, Maelstrom. I think you need travels afterwards on this new map. Like back in the last patch, maybe you could argue for a Dragonlance or Manta, or some crazy stuff like when the spellcasting Arc Warden was around. But right now, I really think you need travels. You need to move across this map a bit faster.
It's a very big map, and without travels, it's not like you're buying Blink Dagger. It's not like you're gonna rush Hurricane Pike. It might take you just too long to maneuver around. Makes sense to me?
A Blink is maybe an option too, but a bit more greedy. Like a Blink enables you to move across the map and also move inside of the fights a little bit easier. But travels are just more reliable. Like you can get across the map with the clone, you can split push, you can find your farm a bit easier. Yasha gives you some movement speed, but it's not the same.
You know that this is a game that has Arc Warden in it because Dota Plus has always been very fond of these late game heroes. So even though there's an 86% win probability for IG, it was a second ago slightly trending in favor of Piggy Killer. But it's highly contingent on the performance of Fly. And also this Queen of Pain, she's about to get BKB. Does she still have a role to play in this game? Like, how much impact can she still have despite the very difficult beginning so far for XM?
I think he does. I think he can. Just because there is no saving item on Puck. So if you get that BKB, you get to jump on top of him or get him out. Maybe you can eliminate a big mid laner at the beginning of a fight. As long as you're not jumping Medusa, I think you're fine.
Mercy down bottom, pops by Carapace because he thought the real Puck was on him, but that was just an illusion. So Emo's like, sweet mates, we can just go in right now. In the mid lane, we actually get an RP under 2. Both Dust as well as Shangyo caught in here, but where is the damage? Where's the follow-up? The TPs come in from XM and Fly, but it's too late. The plays have already been made. Stonegaze did buy space and time, but man, where were the heroes, Liz?
Yeah, they were too busy elsewhere, I guess. Nyx Assassin obviously couldn't follow up because he was dead. Co-op of Pain was farming a little bit, finishing that BKB off.
Does feel like right now there's a little bit of I'm not sure if it's coordination or communication, but it doesn't feel like all of Piggy Killer is playing necessarily on the same page at the moment.
I mean, definitely. Even that RP, I don't think that's the first one we've seen, right?
Yes.
So maybe he just felt the trigger itch, you know, he needed to use it somewhere. And also, he gets one hero with an Aegis, and the other hero was a Medusa.
Yeah. Doesn't get the Medusa again, and this time around she doesn't have Stone Gaze, and they do manage to get through her mana pool, but unfortunately they can't kill her off just yet. Dust will pop the Wukong's command, buying space and time. Puck goes in, almost killing off Mercy. Mercy will survive for now. QIQX zoning back Piggy Killer with the freezing field. And they don't manage to kill off the Medusa, but they do defend the base. That was proof of concept here, Liz. It is possible to bring her down. She is not the main carry, so you do have some way to deal with her if you do get the necessary farm on your heroes.
Yeah, just like you said, proof of concept. It was a really nice skewer pack, and I think things like that can continue happening. Next time they do it, perhaps they can even get a kill because Arc Warden will find some more farm. Queen of Pain will be around to burst her down with damage too. Like, honestly, I can really see high ground being a huge difficulty for IG. They need to find these hooks.
Because Medusa is not the carry, she's not the one that's gonna be dishing out a ton of physical damage, so she can't necessarily just stand up there and right-click the tower for you. Like you say, we need these hooks, we need the disable, we need these pickoffs before we go up the hill. But what makes it complicated is that we're gonna have this Roshan being reclaimed in about 70 seconds. And after that, I do not think IG, as rough as it is for them to push with the Aegis, there's no way they do it without it. That's gonna buy more time for Piggy Killer to maybe get properly back into this game for Fly and to start finding better items for XM as well.
Yeah, just buy as much time as possible. Name of the game. That's always the name of the game when you're playing Arc Warden. And you know what then happens? What happens is he gets hooked or he gets out of position and you lose anyway.
He dies anyway.
Yeah. But you do delay the game until he's online. The story of my life and the story of Arc Wardens in general. The ones that I watched at least. But it is still a pretty good game for Fly. I really think that this is one of those where he could prove us all wrong.
We'll have to see right now. The side of Piggy Killer, they're picking down bottom. There is no Dust and no Shangyu here. So IG kind of have to be careful. But these heroes are streaming in right now. Piggy Killer, suddenly they're the ones that might be out of position. They need to be careful about a hook. Beautiful sentry to already scout out where Mercy might show up from. There's gonna go in Dust. They're looking for the Queen of Pain, but XM doesn't get chain disabled for long. They go on to Fly. They pop the Wukongs for this, and they will be able to bring down the Tempest double. But that was Wukongs with BKB from Dust as well. All they get is a Tempest double and a life of Nyx. I'm taking this if I'm Piggy Killer right now.
Yeah, you're just buying yourself more and more time, right? Like, it's not that bad. Nyx Assassin dies. So what? You continue farming up. Your Arc Warden has a Manta Maelstrom Dragonlance. Next stop is the Chrysalis. You're becoming stronger and stronger, and you didn't really use anything big. You still have the RP.
You still have RP, you still have this BKB charge from XM. Fly is being scouted. He's right underneath an Observer Ward, and they will jump him. They pop the Dream Coil now. Fly, he needs help. RP still at the ready. They haven't popped it just yet, but they're going on to Dust himself. Dust losing a lot of HP. Sonic Wave comes in from XM, and the RP finally finishes him off. But QIQX gets a phenomenal freezing field off in the midst of this fight. It leads into multiple Radiant heroes dying, and it turns into a 4-for-1 affair. Yes, XM got a pretty sick Sonic Wave, but Invictus Gaming, their spells were even better.
Yeah, and this is opening up high ground for them. There's no buyback back on the Arc Warden. Yeah, you have the glyph, but I don't think IG should fall back. It was a nice idea. It really was. Like, you're putting the Arc Warden a little bit up front because of the Magnus. Magnus can actually follow up and catch them. Like, you could see that they're setting this up. You can see that with the positioning of Magnus. He knew what was going to happen. The problem is, like, you're still 20k behind. So any move that you make, even though it's perfect, it's probably disadvantageous for you, especially if it's 5-on-5 situation, right? So yeah, you do set it up well, but you don't have the burst to kill off Monkey fast enough and run away with it.
If they were a little bit more farmed and they could have killed that Monkey King to start the fight, would have been a very different set of affairs. That being said, though, one of the problems we have outlined about IG's draft is their difficulty with pushing towers. And we see that yet again. Despite a very favorable fight, all they can get is a tier 3 and slight chip damage on the range racks. Mid lane, Mercy trying to scout for a target here. Does come across Shang-Yi, a very awful person to go on. So Ava's like, leave the Medusa alone, mate. Let's try and bring down this Crystal Maiden. But even she's not that easy. She's still alive for now, will eventually die. But Dust has popped off the Wukong's command, zoning back some heroes. Frisk trying to throw in this ultimate. They're going to get a Dream Coil onto 2. Both Fly and XM caught here on the left side. Stone Gaze stunning out the Arc Warden at the very least. They do bring down the Maresca. Nyx Assassin in the air. Mercy wants to find an impale onto somebody. BKB is being popped, means he can't do it. But they've only lost Maresca and she buys back. Somehow Park got brought down. Curse Crown about to stun up 2. The BKB finish from Dust. Oh no, the Monkey King in danger right now. He will get stunned up. He will get brought down. PYW attempting to TP out. He'll be allowed to leave. But what a time to be alive. 2 cores brought down. Perfect Curse Crown coming in from Frisk. And man, he's so happy he brought back in that fight. It enables Piggy Killer to stay in it.
I'm not sure why they didn't split a little bit. Like they had the space to split up and not get hit. They were just hugging each other. Arc Warden completely destroying the puck in that last game. And also, was that the first death? That was the first death of a 12-0 puck. He got like 1,000 gold for the kill. Like if you're Arc Warden, this game feels pretty damn good right now. You're like, I'm back in, boys. Let's go.
1.5k gold from one fight. Are you kidding me? And if they're lucky enough, and there's nothing you need luck. Roche is about to respawn. And he's going to be downstairs for quite a while. Sadly, though, the respawn timers are a bit too short on IG, so they can't control the full area as the big man returns.
Yeah, look. They won one fight. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Taking fights around big objectives that aren't in your base is difficult. The reason they won that fight was pretty much because IG really pushed it. They went too far. They went too deep. They got stretched thin.
Bro, they're going for this.
They're going for it, yeah. Let's see. Monkey King is not with them. He's still farming up his Skadi. If they fight without Monkey, of course they're gonna, or should be able to take a good fight.
One says Skadi. Medusa's not here either. And unfortunately, though, for them, they don't have the fastest Roche lineup in the world, so they can't quickly steal this one away. And a TP is coming in. They feel ready now on the side of IG. Monkey King's gonna go take the Twin Gate. The other heroes are gonna smoke up.
Did he cancel the TP or?
Did he?
I'm not sure. Maybe he just didn't have it. It's still on cooldown.
I think it was Emo's TP.
Yeah,
it looked pink, that TP. So I think it was Emo's, yeah.
Doesn't have the Skadi completed. He needs like 80 gold, but they have to fight right now.
Hook goes in, doesn't connect onto anybody. And Dust, like you say, doesn't have the full Skadi. Man, 60 gold away right now. And they smoke again. Ava finding a skewer. They bring back PYW. This could be an easier kill for them to grab, but the Pudge is still alive for now. Mercy really wanted to put his life on the line to get this kill. Will fail to do so. There was a Stone Gaze popped. Here's a Freezing Field. And they used Dream Coil as well for that. So they do kill off Mercy. However, he does have buyback if needed. And we are playing on Radiant side. So the outpost is here if he needs to TP in. And although they do get that kill, Lizard, that was commitment of ultimates, and they didn't have to do the same on PK.
Yeah, the BKB also used by the Monkey King, but at least he does have the Skadi now completed. Something to work with. And Magnus is really problematic. Another one.
Speaking of Magnus, finds a skewer onto this Medusa. She doesn't have Stone Gaze, but she's still a bit too tough to deal with. Ava, right now, falling low on the HP. Dust jumps in to finish him off, and between him and Shang-Yu, they do. 50 seconds in the grave without buyback. Mercy has returned into the fray right now, but they really wanted the Magnus to be alive with the RP. Without that, I feel like IG feel a lot more confident about going into the Roshan pit.
Yeah. This time around, skewering Medusa. It's a problem as long as you don't skewer her. I feel like if you are using it on her, you're probably actually helping IG. I really think that. no memes. Like,
Yep.
if you skewer Medusa in your team, first and foremost, you're not killing her. Secondly, she can use her ulti to stone gaze most of you. And third, there are just too many defensive capabilities on IG to turn that fight after.
You mentioned in the draft that this Medusa can turn into their frontline siege engine for IG. And between Octarine Core, Aghanims, and the Phylactery with the 4-staff, she has 2k HP and 3k mana. Good luck. Good luck.
Even with the Nyx, like, he's great. Arc, Fly. My
Oh no.
dude, he almost died.
Goodness. Almost died. Don't die to the tormentor, Fly. Oh my god. He almost died twice to that thing.
Okay. Yeah, that was interesting. He does almost have the Daedalus, by the way, completed. So he's gonna hit hard in these next fights. That's the good side right now for Radiant.
And he does have those bots that you were talking about, and he's utilizing them to try and be on the map as much as possible.
Yeah, he does feed the clone. The clone dies faster when you have travels to move him into the enemy team, right? This late on in the game. Before it was maybe easier. Emo should be fine.
Yeah, they're both fine.
Yeah.
Yep. Emo has Lincoln Sphere, so there's no way he dies. And there's BKB on the Quap, so she can't die solo to Emo.
By the way, he queued up the Silver Edge instead now. So that's the thing he's going for, instead of the Daedalus. I'm not sure if I agree with that. I think Daedalus would have given them so much damage in these next fights. Maybe you could kill off a support or two straight off the back of it.
Because what's like really scary passives? What, Cold Blood? But that's it? That can be Silver-Edged? So I'm with you that Daedalus does feel like much better damage. Maybe he's thinking about like maneuvering himself in the fights, but I think he needs damage more than anything else.
Yeah, but like now that you mentioned Cold Blood, it is pretty huge, right? So maybe it does make sense. If you can Orchid her and then Cold Blood her, perhaps that's a kill on Medusa.
Alright, so you need to skewer her back, Silver Edge her, Orchid her, hold her in position, maybe hit her with like 1 RP, a Vendetta hit, a couple of shots from the Bedlam, and then maybe she's at half health. Then she's at like half health.
I mean, yeah, of course. PYW, XM.
Does PIW have Dismember? No, he does not, because he's been Orchided up without having the Soul Burn available from that Orchid. Oh, it's a full Bloodthorn right now, so it's a Soul Rend. Puck would have been able to catch up from the Dismember and they get the kill. But I must say, XM has done a really good job of recovering a truly torrid early game. His early game, Liz, in the first 10 minutes was atrocious, but he's recovered quite well right now.
Mercy.
Mercy should end up dead here. Oh, nice little 4-staffs. They do snap the Dream Coil for this, though. Harpoon from Dust ensures that Mercy's right in front of him. Yule Scepter buying a little bit of time for the Nyx, and he goes into the Vendetta and just scurries himself away. So that's a BKB charge, and Wukong's command trinket. Ava misses the skewer, so we'll get punished for this one. Has to buy back. No other option.
Yeah, you have to do it for this one. They're still in Aegis on Monkey. They will not be falling back. Maybe you can hope that Fly holds it.
I don't know if Fly is that strong.
I mean, Magnetic Field is amazing, but it's, like you said, it's not that strong. It is keeping that side quite healthy, though, and Dust isn't. Like, he might even fall without... Yeah, there you go. The Aegis has been claimed, and now maybe a time to buy back if they commit on the Raxes. Yeah, let's see.
They missed the hook, and they are still committed onto the Rax right now. XM, BKB up in 4 seconds for the Queen of Pain. Magnetic Field buying space and time. Magnus might actually be able to come back into the game normally. Frisk will die, buys back immediately, and now here they come. You might want to try and force this fight. The range racks have already taken a tumble here. Stone Gaze from Medusa popped so they can try and get an efficient retreat. They even passed the cheese over to the part so that PYW does not get picked off. And they will retreat Liz. They got a range racks out of it and only 1 buyback out of the Dark Willow.
Yeah, but they didn't get the melee, right? So if you are Piggy Killer right now, you just defended against the Aegis. The only buyback that you expended was the one on Dark Willow. You're happy with it. Like, it wasn't that bad, right?
I love how we're at that point in the game where All that matters is, are we allowed to play for another 5 minutes? Yes, sweet. Then it's a team fight win, boys.
Yeah.
It's okay for us.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're Piggy Killer, the only thing you have to be really careful about is the way Magnus goes in.
Sadly, he is their only team fight starter, the only way of engaging fights. So if he messes up on the skewer, they don't really have an easy option.
Yeah, and sadly, he doesn't have a BKB to easily get in there, but he does have a harpoon. And with that harpoon, you should be able to perhaps get someone and get them closer to the tier 3s, tier 4s even. I
Do you
really
finally
like...
see the... Yeah? You like them?
No, I like the harpoon on both sides, on Monkey and on Magnus.
Harpoon. Great item, honestly. I really enjoyed utilizing this item of late.
Yeah, like you're playing into an Arc Warden as well, right? So if you can get close enough and harpoon him back into you, that can be very useful for you.
By the way, Liz, we finally had our first big record broken. It's not a good one. No. Slowest Aghanim Scepter this patch on Queen of Pain so far. Dust will be able to find a Bounder Strike, stun themselves up because of the Spike Carapace, but they should be able to find the kill onto this Nyx Assassin, who does not have access to buyback. If they could steal a bounty rune, maybe that would give it to him, but he doesn't have it for now. Skewer, oh no, they found actually 2 heroes off of this, but they didn't find the combo. No RP just yet. Ava, he's been hexed up. He can't continue this fight for now. Sonic Wave will at least push some of these heroes, but XM, he's caught inside the Wukongs, forced to BKB and just blink himself away. Somehow Ava's also been able to get back into the base safely. Frisk will die. It's a dieback on our Dark Willow. So Maresca will not be around for long. Emo, no catch just yet.
You know
the
what?
core is still alive.
I actually think this shard on Monkey that he just got from Tormentor could be pretty big too. Nice fight, by the way, from IG Manjin to take down the 2 supports. But if you activate the Boundless Strike autocast, maybe you can get on top of Arc Warden or Quap easier. Right?
That's actually a very good point, yeah.
It actually could be used here. Then again, you're putting yourself deep and out of position, but...
Well, speaking of out of position, they try to drag Shang Yu out of position, but sadly, there's too many defensive tools right now for IG. He's inside the magnetic field though, still alive, still has RP, will finally commit it, but it happens as he dies, so you can't follow up onto this one. And at the same time, Bounder Strike catches Fly, Arc Warden is dead. There's your answer for if it makes it easier to catch Arc Warden. He goes down, IG take the W, and Piggy Killer will throw in the towel. GG, well played as called. It's a 2-0 affair. And IG just looked so clean in game number 2, looking like the most deserved team to take the victory.
Yep, clean one from them in game 1 and in game 2. Game 2 perhaps was a little bit scary as they weren't able to take down that Arc Warden when he was defending top lane, but eventually they got all that was necessary. They got that harpoon on the Monkey as well, which helps them quite a bit. Like from from Piggy Killer, maybe they could have focused a little bit more on helping the mag. Because they focused on helping Fly. You're an Arc Warden. You will recover eventually no matter what. Meanwhile, you need heroes that will allow you to recover. And Magnus was just sacked. He didn't find his farm. He was running around with a Ring of Health for way too long. By the time he got that Blink Dagger, the game already felt very difficult. They did find a couple of good fights, at least for Piggy Killer, so it wasn't all grim. This setup right here seemed like a good idea, but 20k behind, even if you kill the Monkey, you get heavily punished afterwards. Yeah. So, yeah, very nicely done by IG.
IG made this draft work for themselves. The off-lane Medusa soaking up damage on the front lines, thus doing damage from the back, and of course, Emo just running tempo control for the rest of the roster. Very nice stuff coming in here from the side of IG. Gives them a 2-0 victory. We did see that Emo in this particular game, well, just across the series, he's stuck to the mid lane. He's like, you know what, I'm going to play this puck. I'm going to play this Ren Ranger. It's fine. Dust, you go, you do your thing. I'll play more of these, the heroes that we need to actually accelerate our game. And I think, honestly, Liz, after this performance, I'm close to leaning towards giving Emo 2 MVPs because he only died once in this game. And we saw the death down bottom in a somewhat hilarious fight that Piggy Killer took. But every other time, he's finding very clutch silences as well. Not just the Dream Coils, but the silences always forcing PK Killer to have to reposition. Ava can never get off a good RP because he's constantly silenced. He doesn't have a way to dispel that. He just has to wait all the time. Just made life so much easier down the stretch for IG, for them, in terms of how they took the fights, knowing that Emo's going to control all the controlling heroes on the enemy team. We just have to worry about dishing out damage.
Yeah, just get as much damage on everyone as possible. Manage to get on top of Fly as well, right? Like, get on top of that Arc Warden, eliminate him. Like, this time around, in the last game, who did we give the MVP to?
Emo.
What do you think? Like, this time around, is it again him? Is it maybe Shangyu on the Medusa? Yeah, probably on him, right? Like, he had a fantastic mid lane. Later on as well, he died only once, and that was to the Arc Warden. Got caught off guard a little bit. Like, I really think this wasn't an easy game for IG. Everything had to go well for them to take it down with such ease that they have. Like Arc Warden as well, maybe the itemization later on, maybe that Daedalus would have done more. I can see the idea against the Medusa that you mentioned, but maybe the Daedalus and then a Hex afterwards would have been better than a Silver Edge into Gleipnir. Because with Silver Edge and Gleipnir, you kind of get a little bit of everything, but you don't excel at one thing, right? If you got a Hex, perhaps you would be able to kill the puck later on, but they also didn't have enough farm. Like, they were far behind.
Yep.
And,
very far behind. Honestly, if I'm keeping it 100 here, Liz, I'm still not... Firstly, I'm still not convinced overall by this Arc Warden, and I'm certainly not convinced this was the best case scenario game for having a hero like the Arc Warden. It just felt like the period of time where Arc Warden can't do anything, whereas on the other side, this Monkey King is very willing to be involved into these fights. Just makes it very hard, right? Because half the game they're playing effectively 4v5. And it's not like game one where it's like the team that's playing 4v5, which was IG in game one, has a Terrorblade coming at like 22 minutes. When Terrorblade shows up 22, 25 minutes with a couple of key items, you know it's going to have massive impact in the fight. With Arc Warden, it still takes a little bit of time to fully ramp up to that level. So I'm not convinced Arc was the way. I would have preferred like some Troll, some Ursa, something that could actually allow them to fight at some point in the game and not just be like, well, we have nothing else to do but wait for Arc Warden and hope and pray that he gets big enough to carry us through in this game. Or maybe even face this weight. I think they were also lacking on big ultimates, right? After you threw out Sonic Wave and after RP, where was the team fight? So I would have liked a bigger one coming out from them as well in the carry position.
Yeah, it could have helped them. Arc Warden definitely one of those that's harder to execute with. I think that's maybe the main point. Arc Warden is a hero that you don't get to practice a lot with, because he isn't a normal carry. So in games, it's harder to execute with him. It's harder to know what you're supposed to be doing on the map. Is he ready to fight? Is he not? Is he traveling across the map somewhere with his clone? Is he not? You know, it's much easier to know, okay, you click on the troll, you see he has ulti, BKB, let's go fight, or something like that, right? With Arc Warden, it's a little bit more complicated than that.
Off the back of this loss, however, for PK Killer, the Arc Warden did not carry them to victory, so they'll have to contend themselves with sitting in 6th place right now. They were tied at 5th with IG, but now IG has managed to get themselves into the upper half, tied with Extreme Gaming in the 5th position at 2-1. And this is going to be a bit rough for PK Killer because they only have 3 games left. And so far, it's looking like the only real hope they have for the season is to merely stay in Division 1. It hasn't happened just yet in our region, at least. It's only happened once before internationally that 4 losses allows you to go to a major. So 1 more loss is all they have, and then it's curtains for them. But for IG, from strength to strength, they still continue to improve. We got to see the Xiangyu Brewmaster, got to see him expand his repertoire onto the Medusa as well. And I definitely feel like game 2, despite the fact that, like you said, it wasn't as easy a game for them to just get that victory, they just looked more confident. I think that game 1 victory helped them to be like, guys, we got this. Don't mess up. We'll be fine. Just play our style of Dota. We'll be okay. Don't even worry about helping Xiangyu. He's playing Medusa. Game 1 is playing with this Brewmaster. We're probably going to see more of this down the stretch, Liz. That they pick him a hero that after 6 minutes, they can just completely leave him alone. And they know he's going to be good enough on that hero to not only not lose his tower, but also recover his own net worth and have impact later in the game.
Yeah, just you can see the confidence oozing from them as well. The fact that they picked up Pudge as quickly as they did. I do think that it was a good Pudge game, but still picked it up. had a good lane with it, just rolled across the map with the Pudge, completely demolished the Magnus with just leaving the monkey against him, forced 5-man rotations on the enemy safe lane, put the Medusa up front, always covered her properly. Like Medusa, I don't know, did he die even? Maybe I can't remember. Maybe once.
No, she did not. She did not.
Yeah, she didn't even die once. So your Medusa didn't die once. Your Puck died only once, and that's later on in the game 15-1-17. Yeah, it feels good because it's not some random team that they played against, right? Like it's not Piggy Killer, obviously new stack in general, organizationless, but then again, a lot of really big names on their side. Big names that you have taken down, and you've taken down with style. I think IG needs more of these kind of series in which they are gaining that momentum.
Yeah, coming into this tour, there's an open question as to whether or not they were still going to be good for that 4th slot, given the inclusion of Azure Ray and of Piggy Killer. And so far in this series, they've demonstrated that they do have what it takes to beat a Piggy Killer and show that they were still quality enough to be considered a top 4 squad. Of course, there's still a lot of Dota to play. And they've only played one team that's in the upper half of the competition so far in the form of PSG LGD. So we still can't necessarily be too excited about the prospects of IG. We need a little bit more time to cook up before they get ready. Their opponent, though, Liz, who ended up losing, Piggy Killer, we want to see more from them. There are some glimpses of hope, there's some glimpses of hype, but they still are very clearly new in terms of their team composition, and more time is needed for chemistry to develop. And speaking of chemistry, a man who knows all about it, he was part of one of the longest lasting support duos of all time. He is now in another team which has had a lot of success with keeping similar players together. We have PYW joining us from IG for an interview. Good sir, congratulations on the victory. Talk to us about something. We've been talking behind the scenes about how the region just seems stronger overall right now in terms of the new teams that have come into Division 1. What were the conversations like inside the IG camp about the expectations of this tour, given that the field is a little bit stronger? Were you still anticipating and expecting getting into the major? We have a small technical issue. Hold on. We'll ask PYW that question in a second. I'm really curious what he's going to say there, Liz, because I think last tour, they probably also felt like, yeah, we should be 4th, but it was a question mark type of situation. Do you think they would have come into this one a bit more confident, given how well they did last time out?
Yeah, I think there's a bit more confidence. And when it comes to the boot camp, I can give you a TLDR. Just do it. That was what they were being told. Just do it, boys. You can get it. Go get that W. Get that bag. That's basically what coaches do. You know, that's basically what team organization tells you before you go and play. Just do it. You can win, no matter what. And if you lose, you're gonna get kicked. So just do it.
Your life is on the line. Yeah. If you don't do this, your entire career is going to be messed up. I can imagine that probably would have went something similar like that. But for Piggy Killer, while we're still getting ready for the interview, what do you think they need to change up to make sure that they get this cohesion going faster? Because the glimpses are there, Liz, but it's just not fully coming together just yet. What's missing? What do they need to change for the picture to form a little bit better for their lineup?
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of small mistakes in the okay, drafts perhaps are not the greatest, but it's all about the game styles and plays, like not securing Magnus in the second one.
Not securing Magnus. Oh, well. But we're going to try now with PYW yet again, as the technology exists. The technology has been fixed. Good sir, how's it going? What's going on? Congratulations yet again on the victory. And I'm not sure you could hear my prior question, but what I wanted to ask was, what is the expectations for IG coming into Tour 3, given that it does seem the Chinese region overall is stronger than it was in Tour 1 or Tour 2?
首先恭喜你拿下这场比赛的胜利，然后就是想问一下 PYW 第3赛季的话，因为感觉 A 级一下上来的队伍，包括新的队伍都比较强势的情况下，你觉得这赛季 IG 对自己这个成绩的预期是什么样的呢？
相信和大多队伍一样吧，都是先保级为目标嘛，然后再冲击 Major。像 AR 的。 就是曹哥他们回归了嘛，就感觉竞争力压力会大了很多，所以目标就是保级进 Major 吧。
Yeah, like every other team, of course we want to secure a top 6 spot, so we don't get relegated. And also, like you mentioned, Team AR and maybe those players coming back this season definitely add a lot of pressure. Our goal is still aiming for going to top 4, going to the major, but the pressure is on.
Speaking of the major, we haven't had a chance to talk to IG since the conclusion of the Berlin event. Can you talk to us about what do you think, from your perspective, went wrong that didn't allow you to achieve the results you wanted to at Berlin?
那谈到 Major 的话，能不能跟我们说一下柏林 Major 发生的事情？就是你觉得 IG 可能哪些地方没有做好，导致最后没有达到预期的成绩？
就是新版本的转变嘛，就是去打的时候是新版本，然后队伍里面新人居多嘛，然后适应版本能力可能会偏差一点点，然后就是需要时间来调整那个，但是比赛时间都比较紧凑，就没有时间来训练，来找到正确的方向嘛，打得比较差吧，就是导致的。
Berlin Major was at the new patch just dropped, and during that period of time, we have many new players in our team, so we probably need more time than other teams to make the adjustment and finding our strategy. Unfortunately, Major doesn't provide that. The schedule is really tight, and we just didn't make the right adjustment.
Okay, certainly makes sense. And speaking of adjustments, right now, like you say, we are dealing with a very new patch. A lot of big, bombastic things have changed up. What are some of your favorite changes that were made from prior iterations of the game into 7.3.3? What has excited you the most to see in the new version of Dota?
那你之前也提到了一些改变嘛，所以想问一下你，就是你觉得这个版本对你来说，你觉得个人你自己觉得最有意思的改动啊，你觉得是哪一些方面的？
自己觉得有意思的改动就是传送门吧，就是4、5号位现在游走起来比较方便吧，就是当一路出了线优后，然后就可以帮另一路改变局势，来打破之前的 TP 来付出的代价比较大的那种平衡。
Yeah, as support players, I really like the change with the Twin Gate. Now that you can just teleport around the map without the TP, it really costs you less, and whenever you can secure one lane, taking advantage of that, then you can roam around. It feels really nice as support.
Okay, makes sense. Brother Liz, also a support player. Holla at the boy while we have him on the line.
Yeah, congrats on the win. Exactly. As a support player, I'm going to hit you right in the feels. Like you and DY used to be my favorite combo for ages, playing and watching you two perform on the support roles. How does it feel not playing with him anymore?
想问一下，之前你也提到了辅助你的老搭档 DY，你们两个其实是我以前特别喜欢的双人组，然后你们也打了很久的时间。现在的话，跟他分开了之后，你觉得还适应吗？
什么？还适应吗？
就是你觉得，就是跟他，就是怎么调整？就是跟这么久配合的人不打了之后，你是怎么来调整的吗？你会有任何的不适吗？
刚开始还是有点不适嘛，毕竟因为都是打了很久的老搭档了，然后经验方面也非常足嘛。来到 IG 后，像我们的 QLQ 他是经验比较少的那一位新队员嘛，就打起来可能需要就是多教他打一点吧，就是把那些我之前经验累积的东西出来，就交给新队员们，然后在一起成长嘛。
Yeah, at the very beginning, I do feel quite a little bit unfamiliar since DY and I have been playing so long together, and yeah, but you just have to get used to it. And like I mentioned, QX is a newer player in the team. I just have to share my experience throughout so many years, and hopefully pass the information to him, and hopefully we can get back together.
Okay, yeah, some new history is being formed with him, and yeah, like, what's your favorite? Overall, just a game-based question, so I know what to spam. What's your favorite position for at the moment?
那想问一下游戏内的一些问题啊，就是现在这个版本的话，你最喜欢的4号位英雄是什么？
就屠夫吧，就玩起来比较快乐，可以一直打钱。
I like Pudge a lot because it's fun to play him, and also you can always go to farm as Pudge.
Okay, perfect hero for some pub MMR losses. Thank you very much.
I have one last question for you, Master PYW. We were talking about some of the heroes that we see like in the Chinese region versus the rest of the world. Having gone and played at the major just now, can you talk to us about what do you think the stylistic differences are in terms of drafting between China and the other regions in the world right now?
那我们现在新版本之后也有一段时间了嘛，就是 PYW 觉得国内的一些 BP 有没有跟国外大家比较熟悉的赛区，你觉得在 BP 上的话，我们国内跟其他赛区有没有一些区别？
这个根据队伍的每个选手的英雄池不同吧，就是基本上大致的不是很差的不是很多吧，就基本上大同小异吧，感觉是。
Yeah, I would say it's up to each team and their own hero pool, but I feel like every region right now is playing similar stuffs.
Well, PYW, thank you so much for your time and congratulations on the victory. Good luck, have fun for the rest of the games in the tour, and we hope to see you at another major yet again.
感谢接受我们采访，希望你后面也能打得顺利，然后进入 major。
好 ，Thank you。
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
PYW. That's, of course, our Position 4 player and a just legend in the game throughout the entirety of the Chinese region. Honestly, I'm just glad that IG, I like when there's a team like IG doing well, right? As a sort of gatekeeper, because I don't want the chaos that we had in the prior two tours where it's like we have no idea who's actually good enough to make it. You mentioned it yourself. Things were a bit too chaotic. The teams were a bit too close. But an IG that looks strong, we know that likely like Asters, LGDs, Extremes will be a little bit better than them. But at least we have a clear barometer of who you have to beat in order to be in contention for a major slot. It's always nice to have that little bit of a wall to bracket the progress. Someone to beat, someone to aim towards if you're a lower ranked team, basically.
Yeah, but IG, like you said, they're a bit stronger than them, and they can also be as strong as these big boys. They just need to clean it up a little bit, perhaps, in my opinion, mostly on that position 1, and playing around Dust a bit better. Like when they clean that up, I think they'll easily be a top 4 team.
Well, from IG, Dust and Emo spent a lot of Tour 2 swapping around between their roles. We haven't seen as much of that particular tour, and that has led into some, it seems, better results for IG overall, as they are now 2-1, putting Kiki Killer 1 and 3 in the bracket. We aren't done just yet with the day of Dota 2 action, as we do still have one more series. We get to witness Team Bright taking on the king himself on the form of Team Aster with Sumail in the mid lane. That's a series that Team Bright needs to win, because if they lose, there will be 0-4 and potentially our first team guaranteed for elimination from the DPC. We'll find out how it all goes, though, after a bit of an extended break. So we'll see you in about 30 minutes to continue the hype. So from myself, small snare with large lizard. We'll be back with some more Dota after a little bit of time. So we'll see you then. Welcome one and all to some Chinese Dota action as we continue the DPC tour, starting off the second week and our second series of Team Aster versus the side of Team Bright. This is going to be a very interesting matchup, not just because it's a fairly lopsided one, but honestly, Lizard, here's where you get to see what teams are really made of. When you're going up against a team that is better favored to win than you, they have better drafts than you, they have better players than you, what do you bring to the table to try and make the game not as easy for their opponents as possible? So I want to see what Team Brights are made of. And this is probably the place to find out going up against Team Aster.
It's going to be a difficult one for them. Maybe you would say that any game for them will be difficult in the current season, but playing versus Aster, man, they have to bring their A game. But maybe that's going to be the case, right? Like you're playing versus Aster with the Emperor, the King, the Chao Male, Shu Male, whatever you want to call him. So it's going to be interesting for them to try and give it a go, give it a shot, just bring your best guns, your best stuff, and perhaps be able to take a game or two off of Aster.
Remember, Lizard, he's the king. You can't call him the emperor because co-owner of Team Aster, original founder Burning, he was the original emperor. And I still have a soft spot in my heart for Burning. So Emperor Burning can still stay emperor, but Sumail, I'm making a good shout, honestly. The way he's been playing lately has been insane. His team has just spoken very highly of him. You mentioned earlier that when we spoke to Baboka, he was just like, I've never played with a player like this. And given the caliber of player Baboka's played with, he's been found himself in top 6 at TI. So he knows exactly what it takes to be at that top level. Going into this, unfortunately, the mid lane is probably going to be where they're going to struggle the most for Team Bright. Do you need to try go back to those shenanigans of just stacking 3 heroes into the mid lane to try and put pressure on Sumail early on?
It's like playing against Messi, Like eventually you just have to forget about him and just play your game. If you focus everyone on him, he's going to do his stuff. He's going to most likely bait you in bad positions and you're going to lose just by being broken by him. Instead, focus on everyone else. Maybe there are some other avenues, some other opportunities that you can exploit, but make sure that you also help out your mid laner a little bit. Get those runes for him. I think that's probably the most that you can do. Get those runes, and if you have the right circumstances, sure, gank him, but you shouldn't be focusing way too much on him.
Yeah, do not focus all that much on just trying to make sure that he's the only key to success for Team Aster. We have to remember that this is a squad. You were speaking earlier when we were talking to DY or to PYW that him and DY played together for such a long time. The two of them stuck together. But because they broke up, who is now the longest lasting duo within the region? It's our boys here, XXX and Baboka. The two of them have been playing together for a very long time at this point. Obviously, since Monet has joined the team, he's also stuck around for quite a bit of time. So chemistry is not going to be a problem in general for Team Aster. The fact that Sumail is increasing the degree of chemistry they already feel tells us good stuff about him. I do think this is one of those games for Team Bright. Maybe you have to try and win in the drafts. Like, you can't start the game from behind. You have to start already in a somewhat advantageous position. And this might be the time because they have swapped out their coach as well. Mad coming into the fray. He hasn't been coaching as the primary coach for quite some time. So maybe this is the small gap in the armor you can try and exploit as Team Bright in the drafting phase before you even get to clicking the buttons.
Yeah, I'm surprised that XXS and Baboka weren't the first already. PYW and DY, I guess. Yeah, they were up there. But I don't think you can exploit much when it comes to Team Aster. They've never looked better. Let's not have that copium snare. It's going to be a rough one for Team Bright, and I think the best that you can do is focus on your own game, focus on what you've been practicing. If you try to counter Team Aster, I don't think that's going to work. They've looked good at the major. They are looking even better now that the major has completed and they're back in their region.
This has always been the case with Team Aster as well, that they do incredibly well in international or local competition, but then suffer a little bit internationally. With Sumail in the mix, though, I can imagine that they're going to be doing well on both fronts in the same fashion that they did when they had Ori in the team. So let's find out what they've got as game number 1 is about to kick off. Team Aster versus Team Bright. Aster has Radiant first pick, Team Bright have Dire's second pick. Very interesting that this is how things have gone in this patch. Prior patch, Dire second pick, GG, well played, mop it up. Let's just go on to the next map. But right now, Radiant does feel a little bit stronger. We see Techies removed. No Visage. Very early Visage ban coming from Team Bright. That being said, you mentioned earlier the new build for Lactree with the Solar Crest and it's XXX Visage. So I can understand why you'd say, let's not play against this right now.
Yeah, I believe they played 2 games of Spirit Breaker, Visage, or at least one so far.
They played one, yeah.
Master. Yeah, so getting rid of that combination, that's very, very comfortable for them. It's, I think, a good call. You want to get XXS away from his Visage. I think he plays anything well. Like, it's so difficult to ban him out. Like, that offlane is always going to be an issue when you're playing versus him, so at least it won't be a broken issue, right? Like, Visage just feels way too strong. Instead, Doom is left in the pool. Underlord is left in the pool. Like, there are some options that Team Bright can really snatch up here.
Doom, Alchemist, Medusa. A lot of these super high tier heroes are still remaining in the game right now. Team Master did go for the Keeper of the Light after having the Visage for XXX Band and the Sumail Storm. We saw him play this on Sunday. It was first overall pick in the draft, and it still stomped the game. So very good ban coming in from Team Bright
I think you're
to remove this one.
Okay, they got the Magnus. I was really thinking they'll get the Medusa, but they let it go through, and Team Master right now, they have the Keeper of the Light.
Coddle Medusa.
I really think that should be the case. You can also go for Doom, but man, if you already have the Coddle, I don't see the reason why not snatch her up. And yep, Medusa is picked up by Team Master. Now they cover her a little bit, some anti-mage, some TB bans perhaps, and life is already feeling damn good if you're a Team Master fan.
And of course, as we saw in the previous game between IG and the side of Piggy Killer, this Medusa could be occupying multiple different roles. It's not a certainty there's going to be Monet playing this hero. So Team Bright now have to start thinking very carefully about how to construct a draft that can deal with this Dusa. I do like that they got the Magnus, even though that we haven't, weirdly enough, seen the Magnus. Or maybe it's us, actually. We might be the problem list, because every time we cast Magnus together, the hero does not do so well. Overall, in the region, he only has a 33% win rate after 9 games. So he's been struggling a little bit. I want to see him do a little bit better here for Irving. Is this Irving Mag, or do you think they're going to put this for Heat in the safe lane?
I would rather see Irving go on him. It's just that offlane Mag. I think he's actually decent into the Medusa as well. If you can get the right circumstances, the right hero to take her down. Sometimes it feels, like in that last game, it just feels really bad, right? Like you RP her, you bring her back, but the problem was Magnus had a really, really slow start. If you can get him on a good start, if you can get his items a bit faster, then perhaps he can just dislocate that Medusa fast enough from her teammates, eliminate her, and then you fight off of that. You need good burst for it, though. You need Magnus with good burst to accomplish it. Wind Ranger with that Diffusal that you mentioned, also an option. And you would be taking it away from Sumail, but instead they go with the Shadow Demon, which is maybe a hero that does something similar, right? Like if they do pick up the Wind Ranger, now you have Purge versus her. So you're preventing them from picking it.
That's actually a very good point, Joe. That they open up that possibility, keeping it open for themselves. I like this. I also think Shadow Demon is a bit underpicked as a hero. I do think he should be included in more games. So I'm not sure if it's necessarily the 100% answer against Dusa, but at least you do get some illusions for free, which is going to be some decent damage.
This is a carry Dusa then, right? Like the carry Dusa. Yeah, and they go with the Shadow Demon TB. Like I mentioned the TB earlier as an answer to the Dusa, and it does go through and they do snatch it up. Now you have multiple illusions as well with the Shadow Demon, you have some save. You are playing into Kotal and Beast. I think this lane is not easy for TB. I think last game we had, Silencer TB? I think that's much stronger than Shadow Demon TB, in the laning stage itself at least. And they are lacking some playmaking, some damage, some initiation on Team Bright. Like you need one of the spirits, but all of them have been banned out. So you need something like a spirit on that mid lane. Some Puck perhaps, or a Quap.
Feels like Puck is the only realistic option left for them. Of course, those could easily be banned away by Aster. They could ban Puck or Quap, and then Pango's gone too, yeah. I think what you do as Aster is you ban Puck or Quap, and then you pick the other one. They banned Timbersaw instead.
I was thinking actually for Timbersaw too, like a different approach, get one of these bulky frontliner. We've seen the Primal Beast in the last series. Primal Beast and DK, also options that aren't that bad for Team Bright, so they could perhaps go down that avenue.
Okay, it looks like they want Puck maybe because they banned Queen of Pain. And Team Master going for the Earth Spirit middle. Honestly, real talk, Liz, man, I've been thinking that Earth Spirit now feels more like a mid-hero to me. Every time I've seen him play and the way the hero functions, he just gets so much value out of having things right now. I feel like this hero should be mid. He wins so many of these mid matchups. He scales surprisingly well into the later portions of the game as well.
Sumail is just... he's smiling quite a lot, you know? He's really enjoying himself with this last pick. This should be your Earth Spirit mid, just like you said, but it also could be Keeper of the Light mid. So
yeah,
you
that's
put
true.
the Kotl in the mid lane, you have Earth Spirit as a 4 or a 5. Let's see what they go.
Yep.
Yeah, Sumail Kotl.
Kotl.
Yeah, it does make more sense. So it will be mid lane Keeper versus mid lane Magnus. They don't have a single way of getting on top of Kotl. I think it's a really good game for him.
And they did indeed choose to put the Magnus middle, like you mentioned. Irving instead is going to be playing Axe in this game. Hilarious. You know, unfortunately, it's not like at the very beginning of the patch. Had it been at the very beginning of the patch, it would have been an easy victory for Team Bright right now, having this Axe versus the Medusa.
Yeah.
Does have to work a little bit harder to get the success he needs here. So they have some catch now, some additional catch with this Axe. They still have Magnus to play with for team fight. They have some small little stuns between the two ports. They have some save. They have some tower damage. Is it good enough, though, from Team Bright to challenge Team Aster for this first game here?
I think it's solid. Like, they have some ways of playing. I like the switch up with Magnus being mid and Axe being like this secondary follow-up initiator, or the first one and then Magnus following up. I sincerely do think the Team Master have got a much, much better draft, though. Like Team Bright, they focus on their own thing. This Terrorblade can take over and can win if they do manage to reach that ultra late game. I just don't see it happening. Like, Keeper of the Light is completely uncontested. You have Beastmaster to come off the lane and just start pushing everything down together with the Keeper of the Light. Medusa obviously comes online very fast now too. I really think this is like a 25-minute game if everything goes right for Aster.
Woof! 25-minute game called by Liz. All right, let's find out if Team Aster have what it takes to make it a 25-minute affair, or if Team Bright will bring us some surprises here in this first and opening game of the series. For Team Bright, they need to win this. Right now, it's a very outside shot for them to get to the major anyway. However, losing this series would pretty much guarantee that not only do you not go to the major, start having to worry about relegation. So, and this opening smoke is not going to find anything for them just yet, but maybe they just get some vision off the back of this.
Yeah, I'd really like to see them at least take a game off of Aster, right? Like, these are all capable players. They've been around for a bit. Like Irving, Phoenix, Sundyne. I have seen them. Imitator and Heat, I actually haven't seen. Where did Imitator play before? Do you know?
Imitator, there was a team, not on Team Bright, there was a team I was on last season and the season before that. He's been like sort of just around in these tier 2 stacks. I believe the first time he started playing in DPC was 2 seasons ago on CDC.
Okay.
Not on CDC, on one of the other teams around.
Yeah, I do remember
Div 2,
him
yeah.
now. I do remember him now. But TB, I don't. TB was...
Yeah.
Where was he? Was he around? Or is he new?
Yeah, he changed his name. He used to be known as Once. He also
okay.
he was on that same CDC team with the one on Shangye.
Okay, yeah. If he changed his nickname, I'm gonna blame it on that. I see.
But he also used to be known as Ushio, I believe. You might know him as that as well.
I'm sure B-Cop does. Like, if he was around, he'd be like, oh yeah, this is the guy that 5 years ago in Division 3 of Chinese DPC, he played as support. You know?
B-Cup is the only person on planet Earth who's a bigger China Dota fiend than I am.
He's just a different cookie.
Shout out B-Cup, wherever you're at right now. We miss you, buddy. Come back to China. So which lane are we going to be having our first blood? You put me under the bus in the previous series, so now it's your turn here. Where should we be looking towards, Liz? Where's the action going to break out first in this game?
I would go the same way that you went with and say top lane. I think that's where it's going to happen.
Interestingly enough, looking at this top lane, look at this. Look who's here. Sumail is here on this Keeper of the Light. And you know, I know I said I want Earth Spirit middle, but I'm not sure I wanted Earth Spirit middle so badly that it's like, well, Sumail, your support now, buddy. But Boca is just a better Earth Spirit player than you.
Dude, I literally didn't... I completely forgot. Like, I literally wasn't thinking about it up until now. And now I see it, yeah. So they are completely switching things up. That's why he was smiling so much when they, because I was okay. They picked Earth Spirit, right? And then he's smiling so much. I'm like, but there's no way he plays Earth Spirit mid. He's not an Earth Spirit player, so it has to be Kotl. Then he picks Kotl, but goes off lane, like position 4. Okay, I see what they did. I see why he was having fun in the draft.
All right. We love to see it. Always love seeing players on new stuff, playing some new tech. Support Sumail. I mean, there's been games where he's been forced into a support position, but not necessarily like this. And then Baboka. This is going to be very intriguing to see Baboka play middle because I don't think he's played mid in his pro career. But of course, he is, in China, he is the Earth Spirit. So if there's anybody that can make this work from the mid lane, it's going to be this guy.
Every position 4 player that spams Earth Spirit has played it mid multiple times, I'm sure. It's always, you get that one game where you're queuing up, you're mid, you don't know what to pick, you pick Earth Spirit. The hero does a lot when he gets an advantage. I think that has been the case since the talent changes to him. Just a 8% spell amp, then 120 rolling boulder. It's like you get a lot. Or the duration and damage on 15. As long as you're getting your levels fast enough, like, you're getting a lot out of core Earth Spirit. It's a different beast.
How are these lanes looking for Bright though? So far, they're doing quite decently in the CS department. All 3 of their cores are in a decent place. None of them have experienced too much pressure. The kill lanes from Aster aren't that great. Like, I don't expect you to die towards Coddle Beastmaster. In fact, they're going to try to go onto Beastmaster. But nice blinding light from Sumail to buy space and time. But they can't do the opposite from the side of Team Aster. They can't necessarily make jumps down bottom either. So you just have to farm until Baboka is ready to move around the map?
Yeah, it feels that way, more or less. I thought that the top lane will be a little bit easier for Sumail and Beastmaster, but so far it isn't that simple. Like, Terrorblade is still uncontested, just free farming. But yeah, the bottom lane is definitely a super passive. Like, it's a Silencer Medusa lane. You don't expect them really to be making kills.
Farm. It's good news for Team Bright because they're getting quite a decent amount of CS. We're about to have the Vanguard soon for Irving, so once that arrives, he can start losing Imitator from bottom, send him towards mid, do the same thing that Baboka is doing with Sumail right now. I'm also concerned about how much farm this Magnus is getting. Like, Magnus with farm also feels like a genuinely terrifying hero right now.
Yeah, he definitely transposes into a true core. Right, you get that harpoon early on, some blink. Suddenly everyone is out of position. And we talked about Medusa. Medusa is a core this game, a carry that is. So if you can isolate her and bring her back to your teammates, there are no big saves for her. There's global, I guess. That can be considered a big save. But besides that, Monet might be falling a couple of times if Magnus has a good game.
Farm. No kills today. Gonna be having just some solid lanes. I do kind of miss this. We don't see this all the time nowadays, where people aren't even bothering to like put aggression onto towers, not even hitting each other. They're just concerned with hitting creeps. Everyone's like full HP. Everyone has like magic sticks, some health regen items. So some good old-fashioned PvE Dota, man. You'll have to see it.
Yeah, because people are building vanguards on everything. Like, how are you gonna do much when that's the case? And Silencer down bottom, he's gonna make my prediction wrong as he does fall first.
Here's the first blood, and they're about to get a kill at the very least onto this Rubik. So Baboka finds the counter kill onto Imitator, but they'll take it. Getting the first Silencer kill. Irving doesn't die during this either. Okay, first blood for Team Bright. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, and X actually going for a phylactery next. Interesting.
A phylactery? Okay. What do you think of phylactery on X in a game like this?
I have no clue. Like, it feels weird, right? I haven't seen X and build it before. I've seen different heroes such as Visage and stuff. I guess it's good. Like, you get more damage on Battle Hunger, right? When you cast it. Does it like work with Culling Blade? Is that maybe the case? Like, does the damage get... Is phylactery damage first and then Culling Blade damage? Because that might make your Culling Blade stronger, right? I mean,
It should, yeah, definitely should.
You're gonna have a higher threshold of dunking, so that can come as a surprise.
Wait, question. Does the... I'm sure the damage for phylactery is normally applied first, right? So then the question is, does the culling blade calculation start after the phylactery damage, or does it take into account when the spell is initially cast? Because if it's when the spell is initially cast, then you don't technically get the bonus threshold. But if it's after, then you technically do. I don't know. We'll see if he goes phylactery. No witness.
That's pretty much what I was asking right now. What I'm thinking.
That's what I want. Like, as you're talking about, I'm like, actually, this is more complicated than I thought. Well, we'll witness it in this game once the build is finished off as well. Well, in the meantime, rather. We used to have a living Shadow Demon, but not happening anymore for Boca. How's this game going on this Earth Spirit? After he gets Spirit Vessel, what are we building into for him?
He was a thief. He tried to snatch that Wisdom Rune, so he died because of it. When it comes to Boca, I'm not sure. Like, he's going for Vessel afterwards. Maybe a Veil? It's something a bit different, but I don't see too many Earth Spirits at the moment being cores. I don't know if Veil is still an option. You can go for a Dagon. Just some damage, right? A BKB.
He might actually... Okay. Hear me out. Here's what he does, right? You buy Aghanim Scepter, right? You use it on Monet. So you force Monet into the fight, right? He does the damage on the burst of the Remnant, and then he pops Stone Gaze, and you have a second fight.
Incredible. Just incredible. Yules is also an option, right? Like, getting that on top of Axe when he calls, getting a Yules on your side would be pretty good, but Sumail can buy that on Kotal as well. Like, I'd like that. I'd like anything from Boboka as long as he's getting these items and connections, but he isn't right now. Like, he didn't really have... He had that one successful rotation, and that's it.
They were trying to connect onto this Axe right now. Irving very wisely went back into the jungle, but he might still get caught out here. They have an Observer Ward scouting him out. They roll onto him. There's the Magnetize. Blood Grenade gets dropped down as well. And they have no way to cancel the TP, so he's just like, well, bye. Going back home.
Another one. Another missed kill on the Axe. Unfortunate for Boca, because he's been playing this position 4 Earth Spirit now. 43 CS on the mid lane versus 91 on Phoenix. Yep.
Damn.
I guess Sumail is taking over mid. That's what's happening right now.
They're like, all right, you're mid again, buddy. But Boca got what he needed. They might find a kill down bottom. They're going again here. They have a haste rune this time around, but they still don't have the clearest vision of Irving. We'll see him now, but going on him is hard.
Yeah, what's crazy is I really thought this was an amazing mid lane Kotal game. I really think he could have done so much if they put him on the mid lane. But they decided not to. They decided to mess around a little bit. And because of that, the game will be that 25-minute mark that I called for. Yeah. I don't think that's happening. It might, but yeah, not as likely.
It would be really funny if Team Bright won in 25 minutes. Then we'd just be like, what the hell's going on, Lizard? Why are you lying to us, bro?
Yeah, then I'd say, yeah, that's exactly what I said. I just messed up the team names. my bad, sorry. My bad.
Right now, Team Bright's in a very happy position. Heat, just farming away on the Terrorblade. Just gonna do normal old TB things. You already outlined that TB was a potential option against the Medusa. It's not like it's a game of Terrorblade where he's just playing by his lonesome, right? Like you said in the draft, he has a Shadow Demon, not just to save him, but to also increase the damage outlay in the midst of these fights.
Yeah, he has some power as well to work with later on. So, a lot of things that are beneficial to the Terrorblade in this game. He didn't lose the tier 1 tower yet, 10 minutes in, like they're holding on strong. Magnus farming up. The rotations from the Earth Spirits just did not connect, and we have 2 kills 11 minutes in. Like, this is crazy. We needed more.
PvE Dota, man. I'm telling you. We might have some more kills now as Boboka and them. They're smoked up again. We'll find Imitator. Kick him back on the Rubik, but I'm not sure they get this kill. Nice little telekinesis from the Rubik as they bring down PQ. Irving has made his presence known, but no Blink Dagger just yet. They're looking for Sumail. They find him with the Demonic Purge, halt his possession, and kill him off. All right, 2 quick kills for Team Bright. And you were mentioning that they still protect their tier 1 tower. With a fight like that, they continue to protect it. and make sure they have more map control than they could have hoped for at this stage of the game.
Yeah, like not shocked really, considering the switch ups coming from Team Master. Like the Earth Spirit mid lane is a kind of a hero that you just need his rotations to work, and none of his rotations worked. I think he has fallen behind quite heavily. Doesn't have that vessel to buff up his damage output in these fights, and basically Sumail is going to start just farming mid because, you know, never mind, guys. Can we take that back? Can we rewind the tape a little bit?
Well, can we have 2 laning phases? Let's go. We'll see if they can recover from this position, but even with his itemization, Sumail is actually legit playing support. He's D1ing middle, he's queued up a Pavis. So, genuinely support cuddle from the king himself. In the top lane, though, they at least get the tier 1 tower, so they are starting to open up the map a little bit, even if they aren't getting the connections they need so far.
I love that he's also carrying a tier 1 token on Kotl. Unless that's some sort of a bug, he didn't really get a neutral item yet. He's just chilling. It's a support thing, you know? As a support, you forget about these things. You have wards, you have... You see, actually, support is harder to play. Even such a prominent player such as Sumail forgets about the token. Too much on his mind.
Actually, not they're doing, they're telling him, listen, buddy, if you're going to play support, you have to really embody support. Pretend you haven't even found a token. Play the game super hard, bro. They smoke up now. Boboka with his 2 supports behind him. Dire Scan connects perfectly. 100% flush. They know exactly what's coming. Irving can begin to back himself off, so he's not going to get caught out by this. And they've already lost the Observer Ward that they had on the high ground. So even these TB illusions are safe to keep farming. So that's, how many is this now, Liz, that they've missed? They've not been able to connect with Earth Spirit? It's like the 5th time or 4th time, something like that?
Yeah, maybe they will connect onto... No, I don't think so. By the time they get here, they're gone.
He might be able to steal the Wisdom Rune, maybe.
Okay, Boboka definitely waiting for that, but there are rotations. Look at this. All
And they have
in.
Blink Dagger on Magnus. They know he's here. They've got the vision. Blink Mag. Is he going to come in with the RP? They really want the Wisdom Rune. It got stolen by Sumail. RP did connect onto Boboka. Global Silence will be there from Team Master, but will it be able to bail Boboka out of danger? No, it will not. He dies in the trees during a TP attempt. And yes, they took away the Wisdom Rune, but at what cost, Lizard? At what cost?
At what cost, Snare? What was the cost? The grand cost of Boboka's Earth Spirit shambling under the weight of his own stones as he is crumbled down by battle hunger and RP. Epic. Always, whenever someone asks me, at what cost? I'm like, well, what cost? What was the cost? What the hell? Chill out. But yeah, they do take down the Earth Spirit once again. Like, it's a huge cost because this is a snowbally kind of a hero coming from the mid lane, right? So, yeah, every time these connections do not work out for him, it feels pretty damn bad. I'm serious now. Relocate Keeper of the Light from position 4 into position 2 once again. Let this man have some farm. But it's too late. It's truly too late, yeah.
Boboka is playing mid today. That's what's happening. Maybe he lost a bet, right? There was a bet between Sumail and Boboka. One of us is going to play mid. We don't know what's up. I'm going to maybe see a fight here. They know that there's no RP, so it's easier for them as they jump forward onto Irving, kick him back towards the tier 1 tower. The Primal Roll will be there, but they still haven't found the kill. He's alive, saved by Undyne. There will be a stolen Primal Roll going in by Imitator as he's just trying to get out of this fight. Rubik will die. The Rolling Boulder connects onto Irving, and they bring him down as well. So that's 2 pickups for Team Aster here, and Team Bright has to beat a hasty retreat middle. Finally worked out for them.
Finally.
At long last.
Finally a good rotation. It was truly a rotation. It was a full team effort, right? And perhaps that's what they needed. They just needed to stack up as 5 and utilize the Medusa's strengths as well. Medusa, by the way, Manta straight into the butterfly. I do like the build.
Love it. I mean, nobody wants to buy MKB on the other side, right? Terrorblade, when you eventually buy up MKB, you never feel good about it. Love this build from her. And there's not that much magic damage either on the side of Team Bright to threaten her so that she feels she has to go stats first. So for the side of Team Bright, we need to... What do you want to see them do next year?
Yeah,
Now if they have the RP back online, should they try something?
The Harpoon RP, the Harpy. They can... Don't laugh. That wasn't funny. Are you a dad?
That was pretty funny.
Are you
That was
liking my
pretty good.
dad's jokes now as well? Like
Harpy. That's pretty good.
you just like me way too much. You know, that's the case.
That's
like,
true too.
It's like going on a date and she laughs at you and you're like, am I
That was a
funny
bad
or
joke.
that was a bad joke. You like me way too much. Anyway, he did complete the Harpoon, and now they're gonna have the Harpoon together with the RP, so they can go and make some plays. I really think so far, Team Bright, everything is all okay for them. They just need to make the right moves now, and the right move would be to defend that rush. They shouldn't let this go for free, and it feels like they will.
They don't know what's happening. Or at the very least, by the time they realize it's happening, it's going to be too late for them to reply. They're at least trying to get the tier 1 tower middle, but they've lost their Aegis now. And let's see if Team Asta can also force a fight middle. Mid lane, Undyne, Tumblr's toy forward, and actually missed the real disruption. Only caught one of the Medusa illusions. So Monet gets to survive. Primal Roar does connect onto Phoenix, but it doesn't stop the skewer. He does manage to get onto the low ground. The RP, though, that's going to create more problems for the Magnus. His escape will be stopped by the Stone Gaze and the Rolling Boulder, and his life will be forfeit. Mag down, Team Bright retreat.
Yeah, he tried tipping away, but in the end didn't manage to. I think Magnus in the last game that we watched had a similar issue, and that's actually using his spells after going in. It's a big problem, and he does need a BKB as soon as possible versus the Silencer. Or they can fight right now when the global is off.
No.
Dyne.
Wow, Shield Rune is a good item, dude.
Yep. Manages to get away.
Okay, Undyne survives that engagement, but after that fight, things have sort of turned now. Yes, Baboka's still not doing that well, but look at the net worth distribution. You mentioned Monet and how well he's doing, but another hero you've spoken about before is how these Beastmasters continue to just find pole position net worth every single game. He was at the top of the charts until like a second ago. And with these Drums of Slum, really difficult to kill as well on XXX.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of farm. Next up, Halberd. Like Halberd into a TB, it's good because of the evasion as well, but like you get to disable one of his illusions or him, not every, right? So it's not like it doesn't have as much value as, let's say, versus a Windrunner or a hero such as that one. But look at Bright, another smoke coming up. They're not really. They're just baiting, I guess, on Terrorblade because they do have a reset tool, and there's still no global for 20 seconds. You could get a good fight here if you could get some vision on the Beastmaster. They don't have any.
Let's see what happens here. Yeah, they're too scared for the fight, man.
Okay, Arcane Rune now. Baboka on the hill.
He's got vision, he rolls down, he finds the Terrorblade first and foremost. Magnetize will come out, but they don't have the full damage just yet. Global Silence will now get popped as Sumail. He's been forced into the fight. Instead, they want to try and isolate Irving here, getting the damage out onto this axe and the Magnus. Phoenix, he'll be the first one to die. Irving might chasing him into the grave. They've already removed Imitator, and Irving can't escape either. Undyne. Can he escape away from XXX? The axes won't catch him as the disruption came first. Tumblr's toy will ensure that he stays alive, but here's the rolling boulder. Baboka really wants this chase. Will be able to get the Spirit Vessel out on top of him, and he's trying to juke, but the jukes will not be good enough as he ends up dead.
Yeah, look at the bright side. Look at the bright side. Snare, at least TB is alive, running away with the tail between his legs, but at least he's still alive. You can see the tester. They're just a little bit, then not a little bit. They're And they're more experienced, they're holding the high ground there. They're expecting the smoke coming from TB. And that smoke, if it connected maybe 10, 15 seconds earlier when there was no global, the fight is completely different. But they couldn't find the right angle to go on to high ground fast enough. And if you can't find the right angle, if you're worried about the way you're initiating, it's just giving more info to Aster. Like, no one was anywhere on the map for 30 seconds. They're smoking. Baboka goes on the cliff, and fight is way too hard.
Well, the next fight might also be difficult, as Baboka, he doesn't have to wait that long for his ultimate. Magnetize back online, and they want to try and expend it towards this mid lane. They have vision of the offlaner and the mid. They know where they're at, but here we get a nice little harpoon skewered play, but the Baboka, he gets saved by Sumail. Beautiful blinding light. Make sure the RP misses him and XXX completely. And now Baboka's going to jump it deeper into the fight. They've already taken down this Magnus. Undyne falling so low. Spirit Vessel with some right-click damage ensures that he dies off as well.
Dude,
as
that
two
blinding
heroes.
light,
that blinding was sick, dude.
That was, that's really good. Just preventing the skewer, the RP properly from connecting. And they smoked up. Like, you could see how decisive they were with the smoke up. And they put Tech Success as a sort of a bait. A hero that naturally tends to farm alone anyway. Really nicely. Baboka
finds a kick back onto Irving, and Irving is definitely going to die here.
I mean, it looks like I might be
Imitator tried
right
his
in the
best.
end.
You're actually still very much on track for this 25 minutes. As Team Bright really struggling to deal with Team Aster, and now the disruption onto Manta Illusions. Monet still not gonna let the real hero get disrupted. I don't think we've seen the real Medusa disrupted all game.
Yeah, did you see the dodge as well? He actually meant a dodge disruption.
Yeah, it's the second time he did it. He did it earlier as well. Global Silence comes out now. Heat.
No. Before the illusion got disrupted, it's the same thing here. But this time around, the Shadow Demon comes up close. He uses disruption, but he Manta so quickly that he doesn't even catch anyone, and then he dies because of it. Yeah, the last time I believe the illusions were already there, so he just came up to and disrupted them. But yeah, like, nice push. They get the first side 23 minutes in, and nothing really stopping them from doing the same thing over again. Just a pick off or two and make things safer.
Octarine core for Baboka on his mid-earth spirit. Doing really well here in this game. And there was a period of time where he wasn't really able to connect with a lot of these movements. I mean, he spent like 8 minutes moving around the map, staying on 1-0-0, getting nothing done, but not the case anymore, Liz. His impact in these fights is certainly being felt right now.
Yeah. What they're missing really is a BKB on Magnus, and he's still quite far away from it. 1400 gold. He really needs to get it. But he needs to get it before the next major objective is pushed, and if you're Aster, you don't have to wait for anything like maybe global, that's up in 25, but you can also just start pushing high ground.
Yep. We also have this Octarine that Baboka got for himself on the Earth Spirit. 9th fastest of all time on the hero.
The smoke.
And they smoke. I'm not sure about that smoke, boys. They know where you're at. We know what's happening. We know how this fight's gonna start. Now they can post through the twin gate or the defender gate. I don't think you can.
Yeah. You probably can't, right? Baboka is there, though.
The spells that can take you through, you have to be invulnerable. So stuff like Waveform, Time Walk. If you're invulnerable, you can get through it. But I think you can still be targeted during rolling boulder, so I don't think you're invulnerable.
Yeah, of course, you can be fissured and stuff like that. So.
Yeah.
No.
There we go. That leads me to a question, Liz. What do you think? You know the Astral Imprisonment, the one that allows the allies to walk around? Do you think that could get you through twin gates or the defender gates?
Yes, for sure. I think so.
Right?
I think so. I'll test it, but I think so, yeah.
Well, second lane of racks taken away. Team Bright did not mount anything even resembling a defense. And the scary part about it is that Team Aster did this without an Aegis or anything like that. They just feel strong enough. Imitator. His smoke does pop, so Baboka knows where he's at. But can they start this fight? Irving still doesn't have Blink Dagger here, fam. 26 minutes into the game, this Axe just cannot initiate. Now the Global Silence did start this fight. XXX and the boys going deeper in the engagement. Lots of damage going on to Baboka. Primal Roar there though, onto Undyne, and Undyne is dead. Stone Gaze stalling up some heroes, stolen away by Imitator. It allows this team to escape a little bit, and they finally bring down Baboka. He does buy back though. They TP out on the Magnus at the same time. Heat dies though. He's not allowed to escape this fight. Monet's damage is too much, and they just call it. He doesn't have buyback. He doesn't have options, so GG well played is called. Team Master, too good.
All the tips on Sumail, position 4, Keeper of the Light. Yeah, look, you can see Baboka, the only one not really happy. You can see he was like, yeah, I was given a chance to excel on that mid lane. We did win, but it's not because of my rotations. In the end, he did give us a smile, but yeah, like a rough one for Team Bright. I was wrong by how much?
90 seconds.
90
very close,
seconds.
actually. Yeah, very, very close. I'll allow it. I'll give it to you. It's within the margin of error.
Yeah, I think that if Kotl was mid, it would have been faster than 25 minutes or around that mark. But as they decided to mix things up a little bit, put Sumail on 4, they had some issues with Baboka landing all of his rotations. Eventually, it didn't really matter. Medusa still way too strong.
Yep. Too strong on the Medusa. Too much damage coming out of her. Too much survivability. Also, real shout out to XXX, who played a phenomenal game on his Beastmaster. Lots of movement on the map. And I really feel bad for Team Bright because before this one fight that we're seeing now on the screen, honestly, it felt like they had a very good shot in this game. But it felt like after that one fight, Team Master was just like, oh, we've got them. We know what to do against these guys. And they just kept rolling. Time and time again, these fights just slowly roll in favor of Team Master. And this Terrorblade, we just never got to see him able to just stand his ground and just dish out that right-click damage. And you know, we were talking about his itemization and what makes you sad as TV. He was forced to go for this MKB early on to try and deal with the butterfly. But that also means you don't have Skadi, you don't have Satanic, you basically do not have survivability. So you can't actually stand there and deliver your damage for fear of what they'll do to you if they catch you in the fight.
Yeah, like there was a lot of there were a lot of interesting item builds. The Beastmaster, the Axe as well, with full utility, no blink. I don't think that was that wrong. He just went for Crimson and Pipe. I think they did need a lot of utility, a lot of sustain from him. They already had the initiation perhaps from the Magnus. Like the thing is, both Magnus and Axe don't enjoy being primary initiators. They like to be the secondary ones. They like having someone else, someone like Nerd Spirit to go in and then they follow up. Overall, I think Phoenix got a lot of good farm, but it wasn't really put to good use. The more I see it, the more I think this Harpoon is really good, but when you're playing versus Silencer, you need a BKB earlier. Like you can't get it. I think you need that. You Echo Saber into a BKB and then Harpoon, I think. With the blink, of course.
Very problematic that we ended this game with only one source of Dispel on the side of Team Bright in the Manta style for the TB. Nobody else could deal with Global Silence, and we kept seeing that whenever PickU would press R, Team Master would just dominate the entirety of that fight. Very difficult to select an MVP from this game, though, given how much of a team victory it was. But if we have to choose, I would say XXX did really well, honestly. Did really well in the laning phase. Later on, his primal roars were always on a priority target. He'd never just like throw it out randomly. Even the one that looked like Phoenix was going to get away, a lesser Beastmaster player wouldn't have gone for that roar. He's like, oh, he's already skewing away. He realizes, no, we're going to get this kill, guys. Roar, we kill this, and then we're going to get a tier 2 tower off of it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like maybe I would give it like MVT, most valuable team effort that I've seen in a while. It like there wasn't a single hero that stood out super hard for me. Realistically, like they all played well. He didn't die once, so he gets it. But overall, I think the game looked rough until they 5-manned. Once they clumped up, once they found their stride, once they found their groove and their items, they went for that mid-tier 1. They got the first Baboka rotation rolling boulder that was good. Then it kind of just snowballed and they stuck together. It's not like someone was making space across the map on his own.
They stuck together, they get themselves a W at the end because of the fact that they did that. And now we head into our second game with Team Aster already having claimed game 1 and very much on track to not only claim game 2, but to go into the division with still a single map yet to have been lost by the side of Team Aster. So far, King and the boys look solid. Let's see if Team Bright has what it takes to bring them to heel in Game 2, or if we're going to be having an early day here at the beginning of our second week of DPC action. We find out in just a moment after a small break, so don't go anywhere. Chinese Dota resumes in just a moment. Welcome back, one and all, for some Chinese Dota action. Here to witness Team Bright taking on Team Aster in a BO3 that could determine whether or not Team Bright is even in the mix for the major, but more importantly, if they'll be here next tour to participate in Division 1. We're going to be seeing how this all shakes out here as we are deep into the draft already. Team Aster, first pick on Radiant side yet again. Dire side with second pick for Team Bright. And here's the opening techies, Liz. This hero... Actually, what is this? Have we seen him lose yet in China?
I don't think if we saw him lose, but we never saw him do poorly. I never saw
80% win
techies.
rates
Yeah,
after
I
10
never
games.
saw in the games that he has lost. If I even watched them, I don't think he did poorly. He just feels way too strong, and they combo it with a mag. This should be your XXS Magnus, together with the techies. The good old skewer them back into mines. Yeah, it's not the case now anymore. You just have a lot of lane potential, a lot of damage coming from these two. Very straightforward as well. Blast off, skewer them back, hit them a little bit. Crystal Maiden could get ran down. Your options are perhaps something like an Ursa on position 1 or a Monkey King. It's not great, but it can perhaps deal with mag. Like a hero that's not in the meta, but that was actually really strong versus techies was Jug. Like you could spin as you see him blasting off. There's also like a TA that has refractions, so it's not that easy for Magnus or techies to take her down. Like you just use refractions versus blast off.
So all the heroes that you've mentioned, I know once does play TA, also plays a pretty decent Monkey King. I think it's one of his most played heroes as well. I would quit the broadcast if you pick Juggernaut, because that hero sucks, but it would be fun to see nonetheless.
Yeah, Jug has sucked for a year.
So
now,
long.
Like, yeah, he has sucked for way too long, I agree. I think that hero needs some buffs next patch. And have they changed? How hard have they changed him in the last 7.3.3?
It wasn't that drastic, if I remember correctly, like the changes that happened to Jug. I know they buffed Omnislash, if I remember correctly. And there was one other change they made. I'll be honest, I wasn't paying much attention.
Duration
I was like,
of Swift Flash increased a bit. Cooldown on Omnislash decreased a bit by 10 seconds.
And then they changed Blade Fury, right? Because it's now, I think, 80%
it's 80,
spell debuff.
Yeah. That's it. 80% spell
magic resistance.
Yeah.
It's kind of sad that Jug sucks because Crystal Maiden is good right now, and the CM Jug lane from days gone past has been very, very good.
Wait, that means that if he spins, you can stun him with anything, right?
Yeah, but it's like BKB. The stun will only apply afterwards, once the spin is finished.
Okay.
But you can kill him during spin with magic damage. That you can actually do, heads up.
Yeah.
Which feels much worse than it used to be.
I really think TA would be a decent choice here. Monkey King as well that you mentioned earlier. I think it's also solid. We'll see. Maybe they even put Pudge mid and we get some Aghanims Pudge from back in the day. Crystal Maiden Pudge is a really strong lane. I still wouldn't like playing that into Magnus techies. I feel Mag techies way too much burst damage for a Pudge to slowly rot you off.
They might decide that this is their support duo and then make some changes down the stretch. So I would be happy if they picked up their offlaner for Irving right now to keep the draft a little bit open for themselves. He played Axe last time around, not to the greatest effect. This game, Beastmaster's been banned. There's no Visage either. Underlord maybe at long last should emerge here. They get Ember instead. Okay.
Yeah, securing their mid a bit. Pango is still in the pool, so they get Ember first. Team Master revealing pretty much everything here now. You know that Doom will be on the offlane, that Mag will be... wait, actually no. They're not revealing a lot. They're basically saying Doom will probably be offlane, but Magnus might be a carry or the mid.
I mean, both of these heroes can play all three roles. So they're keeping it super open. This Oracle hero is very, very nice. I do think this hero is a little bit underpicked right now. Love him for this game. And here comes the Monkey King. You brought him up at first. It becomes even better now that you don't know. Between Magnus and Doom, either way, you match up very well against them in the offlane. And you feel good in that situation.
Yeah, you'd probably rather have him against the Doom, right? Like the Monkey King, that is.
Definitely.
And you're playing Monkey King plus Crystal Maiden, so that lane is gonna be great. No matter what, Monkey, like you said, should have fun. Then again, there is skill potential. Early on, techies and Doom, or techies and Magnus, before you get that level 3 on Monkey, like you can actually die, so gotta be careful playing until level 3 at least, and then it should be a bit easier.
One thing I definitely like about their draft here, on the side of Team Bright is that they still have lots of sustain, or lots of disables rather, but they do have better out-and-out damage than they did in the previous game. So that if they catch these heroes, it is a little bit easier for them to bring them down, not relying on Terrorblade to just have to be uber stacked to make that happen.
Yeah, they're not really sure. They're not really sure who's gonna be mid on Team Bright, so they're banning out the Wyvern. They're banning out that Sumail hero that he played already. Maybe a Bet. Actually, Bet already banned out. So the second ban is Wind Ranger, and we'll see what Team Master picks for Emperor or Zhao Male.
Let's see. Might go Pango.
Snap.
Go Snapfire. So not entirely sure who's mid just yet. They're still keeping this very, very open. This could be mid Oracle, which we've seen in the Chinese region. Could be mid Doom, mid Magnus, mid Snapfire. Hopefully mid Techies. That would be funny.
I think you put Doom safe, Magnus mid, or Doom mid, Magnus safe, and then
I put Magnus safe, I think.
yeah. Either way, you get the Snap versus Monkey King. It feels a little bit easier, but let's see. Team Bright close it out with the Spirit Breaker. So they do have a Spirit Breaker core. Phoenix will be playing Ember. Phoenix was Mag last game, this time Ember. Irving playing the Spirit Breaker on the offlane, together with most likely the Pudge. And it will be Sumail playing Snap, by the way. So a bit different than we expected. I still think it's strong. Like Snap is a hero that will do well against the Ember. Later on, Ember has a ton of options to jump onto, plus the Spirit Breaker to charge with him. I really think, overall, I think Team Bright's draft is better, but Team Master look way too strong.
We used to see this a little bit at times, this mid Snapfire every now and then. Some of these players would yank it out. Of course, that was back when the hero was an Intel hero. Now she is a universal hero, so her potential in the mid lane actually got better as the Snap. So we should be expecting to see Sumail do quite well here in these circumstances. Like you mentioned, Irving's playing the offlane Spirit Breaker. The other day when I casted with Kizu, we spoke about the pros and cons of SB as a 3 or a 4. I definitely prefer it as a 3 personally.
Really?
And Irving, no, I think the hero with levels feels super good. You just get to this like unkillable point in the game. If you get super high levels, buy like some Aghanim Scepter, Heaven's Halberd, then you just show up to the fight. Because normally when you play support, you can charge in and then you just die, right? And you don't feel strong enough to even use Nether Strike. But when you're playing core, your strength gain is like astronomical. So you get experience faster than anybody else on the map. Instead of your mid coming to help you, you go help your mid. You take that tower, then he can come back and help you. Then you can all go and help the top lane. And you just never die.
You can all just help each other and never die.
Yeah.
It's all this game is about. It's about helping your teammates and your friends. It teaches you how to help. I wish that's the case. It just teaches you how to be as big of a nuisance as possible. Imitator running away.
He's trying to run away. Beautiful boundless strike from Heat. And the hook will pull out Imitator, but maybe that's not who you wanted to pull out with the hook, as Sumail draws first blood by bringing down the Heat Monkey King.
Yeah.
I think that might be worst case scenario for how this game is going to get started.
I guess it doesn't really matter, right? Like it doesn't matter who you hook, who you save. It's not like they have gold anyway, so it's level 1, right? It's the worst case scenario. They got the first blood, but it really isn't that big of a deal. Monkey King even has now 5 magic stick charges, so he's gonna have something to play with in the lane. From the bright side, yeah. Who got the first blood? Sumail got the first blood.
Sumail.
That's the worst case scenario. Like him getting that early advantage, like instantly he has a bracer running out to him. That definitely is a problem.
Bro, I'm gonna use that in my next game. If I die, like first blood, I'll be like, why are you guys flaming me? I've got 5 1 charges. What's the issue?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, the stick is just popped up now.
All done on purpose, man. Chill.
Hold up.
Imitator again.
Imitator is in danger. Baboka around him with PQ. Do they have the damage for this? No, they do not. Heat turns around with the 2-hero boundless strike. Baboka should be dead, and a nice hook back onto PQ. Dragged in the Oracle, but they didn't feel confident enough to go for that grab as well. So they'll keep it at a 1 kill for 2 bounty runes. It's not first blood, but at least they get something before the game starts.
Yep, and the Pudge is going top. And Sumail is Pudge is missing him, but most likely what he'll do is just the twin gates, right? and you go and you help your Spirit Breaker? Or will it be a 3-on-3 action here? Tri-lane on tri-lane top.
You're thinking about it. They had an observer ward out from Team Master, so they scouted out that both Undyne and Imitator are here, and they're going on to Undyne himself. Sticky Bomb, gonna chase him around here, blows up in his face. Undyne should end up dead. And it is a try-v-try to start off affairs, and Team Bright are on the bad end of that try-v-try as they lose Undyne's life yet again.
Man, I wouldn't...
Finding themselves on the back foot.
Irving, bottom lane. Really low.
Is he dead? Whew, barely survives.
By the way, I wouldn't call that a try-v-try on top lane. Crystal Maiden was just in the trees, running around. That was 3-on-2. But yeah, right now they are switching things up. Imitator is down bottom to help out the Spirit Breaker, who has already used all of his regen. So he needs to TP back and charge into the lane, it seems like.
And in the meantime, while he's gone, they might just be able to kill off Imitator. And indeed, that is going to be the case. He dies. Fortunately for him, though, because he took the twin gate here, he still has a TP scroll once he respawns.
Yeah, teams really need to put an emphasis on being in the lane as the lane starts. Like, you need your heroes to be there immediately, or this is happening. You're just dying one by one, and it's just a huge mess. By the time you get there as a support, your core has already wasted all his regen. He's been zoned out. It's one of the easiest and most sure ways of losing the lane.
There are teams that can pull it off, having one of their supports start on the other side of the map, but you have to get that first blood then. Like, it's imperative. If not, you end up in these circumstances. Top lane, Baboka, him and Undyne just trading damage, but Undyne really struggling here.
Yeah, he
does have some tangles ready for him, but he could actually die the next time he shows up in this wave.
Yeah, he tried to hook the Doom, he missed the hook, so because of that, he took a lot of hits from Baboka.
Gets the hook this time, though. And XXX will get saved by a blast off. Heat does not have Bounder Strike, so instead they're gonna content themselves with a kill onto Baboka if they can find it. Jingu does end up proccing, so Heat able to find the last right click. Baboka doesn't mind about that. He's like, well, I knew that was gonna happen. I bought out some items before I went down, so I'm okay with it.
Yeah. And it's not like they went for the Infernal Blade build on Doom anyway, right? So they don't really expect to be making kills here. It's more of just surviving. And Doom, well, they will get this kill.
Yeah, Sticky Bomb is such a good spell. And unfortunately, Heat is still too low level for Bounder Strike to realistically threaten the life of XXX. And Aster putting some pressure out onto this Monkey King. He's getting his CS indeed, but not having an easy time in terms of his positioning in the top part of the map. The hook again from Undyne misses Baboka, so he gets to just keep the harass going in this top lane.
I mean, this is just silly, right? Like, you're playing a techies that used to have 30 damage, 42 damage. Now he has 70, and the range is the same. Like, this is the ultimate harass machine. Like, he's had so many good things changed. Like, no wonder he's first phased every single game. But on the mid lane, what's going on? Well, what's going on is Phoenix is getting crushed. Irving.
No, Irving should live, but he has to back.
Yeah, look at this. 15 CS versus 25. That's the first blood on Sumail as well, obviously.
Is it supposed to go like this matchup?
It isn't an easy matchup for Ember. But add on top of that an early instant bracer on Snap, and yep. When you give the mid laner a first kill, it's supposed to go like this.
Sumail right now almost doubling up the CS of his counterpart in the mid lane. And Phoenix, level 4, Sumail, level 5.5. Jeez. Scary times on the map.
Yeah, is Baboka gonna live? Probably not.
No, he will not. Brought down by Heat, he can't find Undyne, and Heat actually wants to chase for more, looking for XXX. There's no Infernal Blade, no more Scorched Earth. Jingu will proc. One more right click should kill him.
Damn, nice.
And Heat gets a double kill on this Monkey King in the top lane.
Very, very nicely done by him. Double kill. Got those power threads now completed. The lane is becoming harder and harder. Like, you won't be able to lane here as a Doom very soon.
I mean, we're seeing why both of us were like, oh, you see Doom playing Monkey King, you feel good about the situation. The Doom, lowest CS of all the cores at the moment. Middle, they might try to make something happen as they're bringing in Undyne here, but Imitator not positioned fully. Imitator does have the Frostbite, but can't necessarily go towards Sumail, as he already used it on Pick-You, fighting over this rune, and now they're going on to Phoenix. Phoenix eating damage from the Morty's kisses. Pick-You literally just walked up to him. Fortunes ends him and they get that kill. Are we sure that Sumail doesn't speak Chinese? Because the team communication here on the side of Team Master has just been impeccable to watch in these series.
Yeah, it definitely feels like he's learning, and learning quickly and learning a lot. Imitator
should be dead here. Sumail comes in, fire snap cookie after the blast off. Oh, they have two ways of jumping on you. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah, the team effort right there. Also, Sumail, I believe he's building just like any other universal hero. He's going into that Atos.
Yeah.
It does feel good on him, right? Like it gives them more catch too. And you saw what it took to kill down the Ember. Only Fortune's End. That's it.
Yep.
Right? Like one single purge, one single root, and they got the Ember.
Ember is still level 5 right now. So he still has to be careful, as he knows his life is not necessarily safe. And he can't chase this creep wave because he's level 5, so he has to still just play so far back.
Yeah.
Phoenix really struggling here in game 2 to have any kind of impact.
He's rotating down bottom. He does have that...
He wants the Wisdom Rune.
Wisdom Rune, yeah. To get that 6. That feels bad if you're a support. It really does, but he needs to get it. Once he gets it, he's still not 6.
Oh, God. Dude, Sumail's level 7 right now.
Yeah, the charge mid.
All right. I think they're going to swap lanes. They're going to put the Spirit Breaker middle because he's at high enough level, or at least tanky enough that he doesn't die as easily. He might still die, though.
Spirit Breaker will die.
Because they have 3 heroes around him. There's Fire Snap Cookie, Blast Off, and Irving has charge in 8 seconds. 8 seconds too long. Loses his life. You know, that could have been Phoenix. That could easily have been Phoenix. So they had to make something change on the map. But sadly, somebody's going to have to die whenever you make these kind of decisions.
Is it better that it's not Phoenix? I'm not even sure anymore. I guess Spirit Breaker, it doesn't need as much. Doom, top lane, they are trying.
Yeah, they might try on Doom, but they also might try onto those Pudges. There was vision onto him as well. Imitator drops down the Frostbite. And he's going to end up in an awkward position. Hook back, but the salvation will not be there. As Undyne just has to watch his ally die, and he might die himself. The Morty's Kisses, half of them connected flush. XXX still doesn't have the Infernal Blade. So this chase not as easy as you would want, but they should still have the damage. Blast Off will be there. But Boca gets a double kill somehow off of this. And this Techies, Lizard, why has Boca been involved in 8 of the 9 kills that Asta has right now?
Yeah, he's just been everywhere, and he's tried to save that blast off. He didn't want to really use it on the patch in the end. Had to in the end. Invis Oracle down bottom. With the Purge, maybe. The RP is there. They don't... Do they have the...
They should! Oh my God, he barely survived.
Yeah.
The heal at the last tick of the Purifying Flames kept him up.
Yeah, it really didn't look like they had enough damage anyway. Because the Purge didn't connect first as well. He was in the Sleight of Fist. They are stealing some creeps here, but they might die for them.
Boca will definitely die here. The question is, will he be chased into the grave by XXX Undyne? Has a hook available. Sumail is here, turns around at the Scatter Blast. They hook him back on XXX. Imitator throws out the freeze. Undyne falling very low. 2-hero Boundless Strike. And they do kill Undyne, but Irving finds a 2-hero charge, keeping them both inside the Wukongs. Sumail is able to escape with the Fire Snap Cookie. But XXX will not be as lucky as Team Bright finally punch back and get some huge amount of gold, especially into the hands of this Monkey King for heat.
Yeah, it's funny what little amount of damage they actually possess on Bright, because that charge looked to me, okay, both of them should die immediately, and they barely got the Doom. Not to even talk about Sumail, who uses Atos mid.
Atos out, Fortune's End to hold Irving in position. He does manage to stop the blast off with the charge through onto Baboka. But it's not going to help keep him alive, though. Sumail still finishes him off. They can still open up onto this tower. Okay, so I just realized we have double roots. Imitator. Oh, you're so dead, my friend. I don't think you have the J's on necessary to juke this.
What's funny is he just kept on using them in a straight line, and Crystal Maiden, yeah, he just tried to juke left, right, which means he stayed in the straight line and died at the end.
Oh, no. All right, so what's the plan now for Team Bright? They're 5k gold behind. The Monkey King is still farming, but he's gone for a fighting build or the usual build now. We don't see Monkey Kings going for like Battle Furies all that often anymore. So he's not going to be farming with this Echo Saber. So what's the plan next for Team Bright? Is there any place they can take a fight at the moment?
Yeah, once the Echo Saber is up, I think you take a fight with Monkey as soon as possible. I think he's also your strongest hero at the moment, so why not? RP.
Yeah, Monet popped RP just to make sure that he can escape away from the damage of Team Bright. They were charging him with Irving, but they cancel out the charge as they throw in the Fire Snap Quickie, throwing Monet forward onto Imitator. Boboka, of course, finishes him up. 4, 4, and 6 on this Techies. In the meantime, though, a fight happening on the other side. XXX, he doesn't have his allies nearby him, and he will be isolated and brought down here. Best case scenario for Team Bright. Another kill into the hands of Heat. They need to overstack this Monkey King if they want to have a chance in this game too.
Yeah, he's right now your carry and your playmaker at the same time. They are rotating in from the Twin Gate though. They have the
Heat, go back.
They have the snap, but they don't have the ulti offer. So no more Teaks kisses. Atos is there.
There's no mana on the Monkey King. Hook will be there. Whew! Shout out on Diane. Thanks for sticking around, buddy.
Nicely
So
done.
now-
They will take down the tier 1 at least. No Monkey King kill, but the tier 1 will fall and there's a smoke. Now with that same hero, with Monkey King, this should be like a smoke on a Magnus plus a charge, I feel like.
They don't have vision on the mag just yet, though. The charge
They
will
saw
finally
it.
connect onto him. The hook will miss, but the charge will not. Irving, though, sadly doesn't have the mana nor the cooldown for Nether Strike. So wasn't even going to be able to bounce back the Magnus to begin with.
Yeah, that was sad. If they connected the hook, I think that Magnus definitely could have died, but this way it was way too deep. And if they went on him, they would be punished.
They are going to try and push the tier 1 tower bottom, though. With this Echo Saber, Heat's applying a little bit of pressure, opening up some space. They very critically want to get some control over the Twin Gates and the Roshan area. $6k gold lead more for Aster. He just continues to farm away. Since he's the most farmed hero on the map for Monet, he's going to be building into the Harpoon build for this Magnus. And unlike in the previous game, you know, when we saw this Magnus, it's not like he's playing into Silencer. So BKB isn't as essential for him to have a role to play in this game.
Yeah, he's just farming up. He went the Mask of Madness into, like you called, the Harpoon. Everything you said is correct. I don't even think it's a good BKB game. Maybe a Manta afterwards or something like that. But BKB is solid, not necessarily too important. You have Spirit Breaker with Nether Strike. You have Pudge as well. So those charges will be dwindled down by them too. So maybe not even the best BKB game.
Manta feels good to dispel the roots. And I suppose maybe buy like some Sergeant, some SNY, get super tanky, get more status resist,
Yeah.
just survive these fights.
I think that's a good call as well. He's farming
See what he
very
decides
deep.
to do.
Yeah, he's farming very deep and very close to the enemy lines, but
Oh no, Phoenix. So Phoenix was here in towards the tier 2, didn't have a safety remnant, and you know, that's the worst part about that kill, is that Asta will actually feel bad for having committed the Doom. I think they had the damage without it.
probably, yeah, but it's Ember. He's elusive, so killing him off is more important. However, killing him off, is it that important? Like, he has almost as much net worth as Neki, so... Like, Boboka, if he continues farming, he's gonna catch up. He's gonna have more even. Just give him a minute.
And dude, Techies farms really fast, honestly. So I would, I think, definitely back you on that one, as you're gonna get more gold for himself right now if they find this kill onto Imitator. Irving, though, runs a little bit of interference, charging through on that one. They only have 3 on the side of Team Asta, so they don't want to dive too deep. These heroes, though, are getting uber tanky. We're getting a D-Lance next for Sumail. So he's just gonna keep getting tankier and tankier. Does he go Gleipnir here, or do you just stop off at the Rod of Atos for this hero?
I think Atos is fine. Like, you could get Gleipnir as well, but I think Atos is completely fine at this point. Maybe some more burst damage instead. some Dezos, some crits. Maybe that's what you can go for.
So you were saying earlier that you would potentially like to see Team Bright fight around this Monkey King, utilize the Wukong's command. He wants BKB next, so I think they missed their window to just fight with Echo Saber. As soon as BKB arrives, you should also have Maelstrom on Ember. Is it easier for them to fight at that point, or do you have to wait for another timing because Team Asta will be a bit too strong?
Well, he's gonna have the BKB in what, like a minute or two? That he can disassemble the Echo and just build it, so you should be able to fight very, very soon. I think you could still fight, you could still get some kills like Monet. He's running in with the harpoon and it looks like he is... Yeah, you know what they say, there's... he comes in, but there's 3 of us all alone, so we need to run. Magnus goes into his own jungle, but scares 3 people away from him.
All by his lonesome. Now, there was a potential charge going on to Sumail, but it got cancelled out by Irving. And unfortunately for Team Bright, one of the things that has made this series so difficult is that they have legitimately been behind in the vision battle. The aggressive wards from Team Asta throughout the series have been so difficult for them to deal with. It's almost like they have perfect vision at all times of what Team Bright is up to. And they're going to use that vision middle to try and get a quick kill onto Imitator. Heat will cancel out the Boundless Strike, or the Morty's Kisses, and now Sumail might be in danger. 2 heroes caught with the steering chains. There's going to be the freezing field from Imitator. He does die, but he sets up for the Wukong's command from this Monkey King. Can they finally kill Sumail? No. False Promise buys him time. Oracle will die though, and there's the RP. Gets more damage coming in from this Techies, and even inside the Wukong's command, even with BKB on, Heat has to run himself away. It is a full 5-hero wipe. All they got was the Oracle. And the target they really wanted, Sumail, is back at full HP, Lizard.
Yeah, nice false promise, sacrificing himself, but getting that kill. Also, the fight didn't start well for Aster. Man, Sumail used Mortimer's Kisses on a Crystal Maiden, didn't even finish her off, got it cancelled by the Boundless Strike from Monkey King. Still, they just couldn't find a way to eliminate anyone. I think a big problem was the hook missed here. Like, you needed to put Sumail out of position at least a little bit that way, but he wasn't out of position. Oracle as well, look at that. Uses the sticks, survives just long enough.
Just long enough to survive there. And it leads into a fight for them. Back into the real game, into the real world. We do see Sumail finally getting hooked back towards Undyne. The question is, do they have the damage? So far, they do not. There was a beautiful Boundless Strike, but the skewer was even better, forcing the Monkey King and Pudge far away from Sumail and forcing them to their deaths. 2 have fallen. Phoenix trying to escape. His remnants aren't in the best position here, Liz. A lot of Atos slows him up on the high ground. Sumail camping the remnant spot. So caught between a rock and a hard place, and he just ends up dead.
You know, looking at this game, watching this, GG, 18 minutes in.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. Okay.
Wow,
I think Monkey had enough. He just had enough.
Wow, okay.
I feel like they should have continued playing. Just for the heck of it, you know. You don't give up that easily. It just looks bad, 18 minutes in. Not for no other reason. I don't think they could have won the game, but you had the Monkey. You were playing versus a Magnus core. Maybe you could have taken it to the late game, but 2 or 3 difficult engagements and that was it. I think Monkey was done. That's also the thing. I think he was done. He was the only one having a good game, and he was the one calling GG. Ember was completely crushed on that mid, giving away to first blood to Sumail hurt him like quite a lot. They just couldn't find a single proper fight in the game. And they have such an active lineup, like Spirit Breaker, Embers, CM, Pudge, all these heroes, all they want to do is make mess on the map, like hunt down and make kills. This charge here was good, but look at it, no damage. And they just couldn't even, they barely even taken down this Doom. Took down this Doom, like rough one for Team Bright.
Yep. And this was the name of the game throughout the thing. No damage. Like either no damage or just barely not enough. Here, if they got the hook, or if even Crystal Maiden survived a second longer and had more damage from Freezing Field, they probably kill Sumail. They probably kill the Oracle as well, but doesn't go for them in that way. This RP as well also set up beautifully for Baboka to just keep outputting damage in these fights. Like, this Techies was a real terror on the map here, Liz. He was doing everything necessary for his squad. Every time somebody would show up to an engagement, there's blast off. Oh no, there's some proximity mines. Oh no, we're getting reactive taser. We can't do too much in these engagements. Just felt too difficult. Baboka played really well. Monet played okay. Didn't have to do too much as this hero, but I really feel like a lot of it comes down to the fact that Phoenix just did not have a game on this Ember Spirit, and they needed his damage to bridge the gap between when Monkey King isn't strong and when he is. Phoenix was supposed to do that for them, but if he's getting demolished in the fashion that he was, he can't do anything. Look how little net worth he even had at the end of the game, Liz. Poor Ember Spirit.
Yeah, I think that this Techie is just a complete hero at the moment. He does way too much. That's the problem, right? Like, he does everything in the game. He's good at the laning stage. He's good in the mid game. He's good in the late game. He's good at pickoffs. He's good defensively. He's good at itemizing, as he can itemize literally in any way that he wants to. Just a very strong hero. The amount of damage that he dishes out, the amount of disables as well. And yeah, he's given MVP anyway. We don't even have to say it. Look at the build. Going for the mech as well, right? Just building utility.
These mech builds from these techies, already the hero is harder to deal with nowadays, but with the mech in tow as well, he just becomes so tanky, give your team tank ability. He outlaid an absurd amount of damage, was involved in practically every single kill. The only person on the team with more kill involvement than him is Sumail, but Baboka played excellently. Also, between himself, playing this techies in the Doom, as much as Doom was supposed to get crushed this game, Liz, like, XXX is not supposed to have a good game to play versus like a Pudge Monkey King, but given that you have techies there, not only willing to put damage in the opposite direction, but willing to give up his own body if need be to ensure that XXX can have a game of Dota. So Baboka did everything in that regard, made great use of the twin gates as well. And I feel a bit bad for not giving it to PQ as well, because I think a lot of what made them win this game was vision control. They just at all times had way better vision than Team Bright. And it started even early on. Remember you were talking about how they put those three heroes, or they try to put those three heroes in the top lane from Team Bright? The reason Asta was able to respond so quickly with their own three heroes is because of the earlier vision popped down by PQ. So shout out to him as well for giving some excellent coverage of the map.
Yeah, I would say it's not only the vision that he was giving. Like, he actually played the map really well. He was ganking. Like, his rotation on the mid lane kills off the Ember with Fortune's End. Later on, he has a couple of really important false promises. Just look, it's hard to give an MVP when the game only lasted 18 minutes. We didn't really see everything, right? Like, we just saw a team crumble and one team crush. So it's hard, and it's kind of sad for Team Bright. I expected more. Right now they're on 0-4, right? So they're basically relegated at this point unless they start winning some games, and they don't have any easy games coming up. I guess, did they play Aster Ares? They didn't, right? So
their next game that they play after Team Aster, they play LGD, then they go back to play Azure Array, and then they end the tour playing Aster Ares. So that's their one okay game, but it might be too late by then. They might have already been relegated, and to make matters worse, they might have already found like their internal drive killed by that time, right? The game might come after they suffered too many devastating losses.
Yeah. This is the hard thing about leagues. Like, small tournaments are fine. Back in my day, small tournaments are basically like you play some open qualifier, you fail it, never mind, you play another open qualifier tomorrow, or a qualifier, closed qualifier, whatever. And these tournaments last 2-3 days tops, and that's it. League lasts a long time. And then when you start losing a league, you just feel very demoralized. One loss after
right now,
another.
The morale, oof. I mean, when you're 0-4 and when you've only won one game, like one solitary game throughout that entire run, you start to feel really rough about the situation. And you're obviously starting to feel like you're going to be the team that's going to get relegated. Every single season in China, from the beginning up until now, what's always happened is that as two teams come up, one team stays. Of those two that come up, the other one immediately gets relegated. Looks like this might be Team Bright's turn because on their opponents, Piggy Killer, who came up with them from Division 2, aren't looking too terrible. Not the greatest show in the world today up against IG, but you could maybe see them taking a game off of an Aster Ares, and then once you get a victory over Team Bright, which they've already managed to do, you start to wonder, is that enough to keep us in the division? That might be good enough for Piggy Killer the way things are looking, which makes it scary for Team Bright.
It definitely does. PK Killer probably should be staying. They are having some issues, but they aren't GGing out 18 minutes in. I believe that they can clean their act up a little bit. They can look like a really solid tier 1 team. It's just that it's way too soon for them. They haven't really been around. They haven't really scrimmed or played in Division 1 for a while as a team. So it will take them a bit of time. Maybe it won't be in this season, maybe in the next one, next year's that is. But for Team Bright, it's a yikes, man.
Yeah.
It's a yikes.
Yeah. It is a bit of a yikes for our compatriots on the side of Team Bright. Probably the first team to be relegated. However, the team that we saw beating them in Team Aster, they're looking like the best team in the region right now. They might be the first team to get themselves a slot into the Berlin or the Bali major. We've already finished Berlin. To find out a little bit more about it, though, we have XXX to join us for a quick interview. So welcome, sir. How's it going with you? Quick question, right? We have to ask. Game 1, whose idea was it to put Sumail into the support role? Did he make that call, or was it just, hey guys, we need Earth Spirit, so sorry Sumail, somebody had to bite the bullet to make that happen?
首先恭喜拿下这场比赛的胜利，就是肯定要问一下，第一场比赛是谁想到让苏苗去打中的？是你们当时都觉得土猫打中路比较好，还是觉得这个英雄，怎么样的一个想法，最后让他去跟波波卡换位的？
反正就是赛前嘛，然后苏梅尔说想让波波卡玩一下中单，然后波波卡就说他可以玩蓝猫和土猫，结果对面把蓝猫办了，然后就看有土猫就给他选了吧，就这样。
Yeah, it was before the game start, before the draft start. Smell said he wanna watch Boboka play mid, and Boboka answers he can play Storm or Earth Spirit mid, and they banned Storm Spirit, which left the Earth Spirit.
Oh, that's really fun to find out. Speaking of heroes, obviously that happened in the draft. As an offlane player, can you talk to us about why China as a region doesn't pick Underlord that much? You haven't played it. None of the other tier 1 players have played it. Elsewhere in the world, though, it's one of the more popular offlane heroes. So what is it about the hero that you personally don't like playing? And will we see it in the future from you in the team?
那想问一下，就是其实最近的话，感觉国外赛区孽主这个3号位英雄玩的特别多嘛。然后你作为3号位的话，然后这2天中国赛区的比赛上，孽主的这个出场率也不是很高，你觉得是为什么？
我感觉是新版本刚更新的时候，大家都觉得孽主很厉害吧，然后后来 Major 上大家可能玩多了，就发现这个英雄前面团队装的时候很厉害，但是在30-40分钟以后，就比赛打太久的话就会有点疲软吧，所以可能最近大家玩的没以前多了。
Yeah, I feel like that hero is definitely top tier when the patch just dropped, but as the major plays out and people realize Underlord is very strong at the beginning of the game when he has all the team items online, but kind of fell off after 30 and 40 minutes mark. I think that's the main reason why he's not picked so much right now.
Okay, makes sense. Brother Liz, what do you got for the man?
Congrats on the win once again. Just a team question first. What do you think? Where are you guys right now when it comes to the world scene? Do you think that you're as strong as any team in the world, like, I don't know, GG, Liquid, or Shopify Rebellion, or percentage-wise, like 0 to 100%? Where are you at?
那想问一下，就是从全球角度来讲的话，现在XXS 觉得自己目前的 Aster 是在一个什么样的状态？能不能就是比肩像 GG、Liquid 或者SR 这种战队，就是0到100分，100是满分的话，你觉得你们的水平是在一个什么样的状态？实力？
我觉得 GG 和 Liquid 大概100分能有个90到95分吧，然后可能我们在80到90吧，不太稳定，然后在 Major 上发挥也就依赖就是临场发挥和阵容吧，所以就还是不太稳定。
Yeah, I feel like teams like GG and Liquid, if I would rank them, they probably is 95-ish out of 100, and us probably between 80 to 90, because I still feel like we are not very stable team, and playing and the games we played on Major, we kind of just rely on our on-court performance and drafts.
Okay, but yeah, it definitely feels that way. You're definitely up there. Now, another question. As Sumail has moved to China now to play with you guys, have you guys given him any good food? Have you taken him to any good restaurants in these last couple of days? Or are you just too busy screaming and playing dotes?
想问一下，现在 Smile 也来了吗？就是有没有带他去吃什么好吃的，带他出去玩？然后还是说你们最近就是会打训练，打刀他会打得比较忙一些？
有啊，就前几天就是我们领队在上海找了那个就是中东餐厅嘛，然后就是可能他老家的一些口味，然后带他去吃了，然后他们去小区旁边的健身房办了月卡，然后每天一起去健身，然后就这些吧。
他跟领队吗？
就很多人，就他们基本都去吧，我不去。
Okay. Yeah, we definitely we find a Middle East restaurant in Shanghai, and we bring them already kind of suit his flavor, and many of my teammates go to the gym in front of our boot camp and made a membership there, and
No.
go to gym with Mel together. But I don't go to gym.
他们正在叫我去健身房。
Get the gains going. You got to get those gains. I have one last question for you, XXX. This year, you and Baboka will be celebrating your 8-year anniversary of playing together, which is kind of insane. Can you tell us what is your favorite thing about him as a player that makes you want to keep playing with him? And can you tell us also what's your favorite thing about him as a person after all this time together?
然后今年的话，就是过2天，就是你跟波波卡一起组队做队友的8周年了嘛，然后就很牛逼的一个记录。想问一下你，就是从游戏内的选手的角度来讲的话，你觉得波波卡哪一点让你们俩就是能一起打这么久？你觉得哪点最好的？然后游戏外的话，你觉得他这个人就是哪一点是让你觉得最好的？
游戏内就感觉他很多游戏理解就很独到吧，然后版本热门的英雄玩的也挺好的，然后一般线上就不会太劣吧，然后就反正是一个我觉得实力很强的选手。然后游戏外的话，其实就是大家都气氛挺好的，就都平常都挺就是能搞笑的吧，就除了有时候输比赛输多了，不然就每天还是挺欢乐的。就大家都打这些都就挺开心的吧，就可以一起打。
Yeah, I feel in game wise, Boboka has always been with a lot of unique ideas, and whichever patch he always plays top meta heroes very good, and we rarely suffer from from landing stage. Overall, he's a very strong player, and outside the game, I feel like we all have good relationships, and we all make jokes together, talk funny stuff around, and unless we are on a losing streak, then everyone is kind of done. But most of the times we are really having some good spirit here.
Well, right now, y'all are on a winning streak, so certainly we can see that has been lifting the mood in the Team Master camp. So congratulations on your victories. Thank you so much for your time today, XXX, and we can't wait to see your games in the future. Good luck and have fun for those.
Thank you.
这
Bye
是我们的采
bye.
访。Thank you.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Peace out. And that is XXX, off-lane extraordinaire for the side of Team Master. And for many years running, Liz, and I think it was like 3 years in a row that he won the Players Player in the year in China, which, to give some context, right, this is during years when Vici is still looking good, when LGD is dominating the whole world, when Aster is looking very strong regionally. So, and even IG is winning majors. So throughout that entire time period, all the rest of the Chinese players were like, no. XXX is the real guy to watch. And I like that he still maintains a fairly humble persona after all these years of success. It's very good to see.
Yeah, I just don't know. Like, they found him a Middle Eastern cuisine. They didn't convert him, bring him to some dim sum, you know. Instead, just go for the Chinese Cantonese food. But sure, it's all good. I'm sure that he's happy. He looks happy. He looks satisfied. He looks to be living his best years, man, like on point. But when it comes to XXS, he's been having those best years for, like you said, for multiple years in a row now. Since I've been following the Chinese DPC and Chinese region, like he came in very young and instantly made his mark, I believe from the Kiev Minor or something like that. And Yeah, the guy is just built different. He's a different beast, completely.
Yeah. Definitely built different. XXX victory here for Team Aster. They are now at the top of the leaderboard with 3 wins for themselves. Sumail, happier than he's been in many, many years, smiling. And the rest of Aster in general, you can just see that the mood is much higher than it's been for quite some time. Of course, with that victory of theirs, that does mean that we are done for this day of Dota, but we're not done with the week of Dota, as we still have some games to go. As you can see, the next day of action, we have Team Aster and Aster Aries, a young sister matchup here. Last time out, Aster Aries made it interesting, but ultimately were not able to get the double for Team Aster. And that was a weaker Aster Lizard. That was one with XWY. They still had ROTK in the team. No one was happy. Every time you look at their player cams, they're all just like hating life, super stares, basically. But now everyone's laughing. They're so loose. I'm worried about Aries.
Yeah, they do often talk nicely about Aries. Like if you remember, even the last couple of seasons, they'd be like, "Yeah, Aries deserves to be top four. They're gonna go to the major." They definitely support their sister team in that way, but in no other way. They're not gonna let them have it easy. Like usually, the games are looking very rough for when the sister team matches up. They don't want to be in the old Virtus Pro Polar situation in which Polar snatches the main roster main roster spot,
which would be hilarious to witness. Of course, last time out we have seen Aster reliably beating Aster Aries. With a weaker team, I expect they'll be able to do so, especially since Sumail doesn't have the same loyalty to the Aster Aries players. He'll just be going to beat them up and go home. And then the final series of that day, we have Piggy Killer taking on PSG LGD. This new LGD squad with New in the off lane, still trying to get their things together. Piggy Killer, we've seen them struggling so far. And Lizard, if they lose that matchup, then they also have to worry about relegation. What do you think their odds are of Piggy Killer making an upset happen and taking down LGD?
Almost non-existent, really. After watching LGD and how they play, maybe if Piggy Killer reinvent themselves in a day or two and figure out some different drafts, but right now it's looking really rough. They're not looking clean. You can see in the interviews that they talk about how they're playing and what they're doing. They're not really satisfied with themselves as well. They think that they need a little bit more time. So, yeah, with a little bit more time, with a little bit of a rearrangement about how they play around that offlane, I think that's their weakness. Like the biggest problem is Ava. They're not setting him up for success. I think that's something that has to be addressed.
I mean, in multiple games now, we've seen that they've sacked his offlane and as a result, not able to have an inroad into the game. But like you say, let them cook and we'll see what they have for us down the stretch. We are going to be closing out the day. Thank you, everybody at home, for joining us for this day of Dota 2. From myself, Small Snare with Large Lizard, and of course, the PGL production team behind us, and the Magical Marshal bringing us the translation of these Chinese players. We say thank you for your time and your attention. Make sure you hydrate. Make sure to look in the mirror. Remind yourself that you're a person worth loving. Show that love towards yourself, and then come share the love of yourself and of Dota in just 48 hours to continue the DPC run. We'll see you then. Bye-bye for now. Hydrate. Till next time.